I'd like to request everyone to please stand for the full length of Valedictory. Please. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. Now, I would like to request Professor Ashish Pandey, Head of the Department of WRD&M. So please give us the address. Over to you.
Very good morning to all. On behalf of the Department of Water Resources Development and Management IIT Roorkee, I welcome Madam Bini Mahajan, IAS Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, for gracing the inaugural function of the workshop on drinking water and sanitation, current situation and future challenges. We are delighted to have you at IIT Roorkee. I also welcome Professor Chaturvedi, Director at IIT Roorkee, Professor VPC, Distinguished Professor, Department of WRD&M, IIT Roorkee, and Regents Professor Texas University for gracing the inaugural function. I welcome you, sir. I wholeheartedly welcome our honors guests from Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, New Delhi, officials from Karnataka, Punjab, Haryana, Uttarakhand, faculty colleagues from IIT Roorkee, our online participants, media person and students. The Department of WRD&M was established in 1955 at the University of Roorkee as an Asian African Center to honor India's commitment at Bandung. The department has worked during the last 67 years with the strength of academicians and field engineers with long experience in planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance of water resources, irrigation, and hydropower projects. This has helped in the implementation of application-oriented M.Tech Program in water resource development and irrigation water management. The department is actively involved in research, development, and extension activities in the areas of water, hydropower, and irrigation. The department has contributed to the development of almost all the major water resources projects like Bhakra, Udaipur, Tehri, and provides consultancy services for irrigation, flood control, drainage, drinking water, groundwater development, and power sector. IIT Roorkee is celebrating 175th years of imparting technical education and contributing to the development of society. The workshop is special to us as improving water and sanitation service has been one of the primary focus area of Ministry of Jal Shakti, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. From the academic year 2022-23, department is starting a new M.Tech program on drinking water and sanitation to disseminate knowledge and conduct research in this important area. I believe it is the first of its kind being offered by Department of WRD&M in India. This new course on drinking water and sanitation shall directly address the UN Sustainable Goal 6, clean water and sanitation. To address issues and to develop trained manpower and to undertake complex and multidisciplinary work of drinking water in Asian, African, and Latin American countries, this course will be quite useful. Our broad focus shall be assessment of water resources innovated for drinking water and sanitation under changing climate, enhancing water availability through various water conservation methods, demand management for enhancing water use efficiency of drinking water and sanitation, development of pipe water supply infrastructure and its maintenance, development of infrastructure for sanitation and its maintenance, development of reliable drinking water source, and augmentation of existing source to provide long-term sustainability of water supply system. Technological interventions for removal of contamination, grey water management, and water governance. We use advanced tools and techniques such as remote sensing and GIS for addressing various water resource problems, satellite-based broadcast of hydrological modeling, use of artificial network, AI and IoT, hydrological and hydrometeorological instrumentation, physically based and conceptual based model for addressing the various water related issues. The association between the WRD&M and Ministry of Jal Shakti is very strong. Dr. A. Khosla was the founder director of this department. He was the first chairman of newly constituted Central Water Based Irrigation and Navigation Commission, now Central Water Commission in 1945. He established the Central Water and Power Station at Khadakwasla. He was instrumental in the construction of Bhakra and Hirapur Dam, and he was the Honorable Governor of Odisha. The department of WRD&M has always worked as a knowledge partner of the ministry. We hope that these workshops will be useful and will be a curtain raiser for our new M.Tech program on drinking water and sanitation, which is need of the hour for the society. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Pandey. Now, I would like to invite Professor Vasant Yadav. Please tell us more about today's workshop. Professor Yadav.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Safe drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene are crucial to public health and well-being. India has made rapid progress in ending modification and significantly improving water, sanitation, and hygiene. Developing infrastructure related to drinking water and sanitation for its urban rural setting and managing the same to improve public health is significant task in many countries. Safely managed drinking water and sanitation, such as regulated water supply and well-connected and well-designed sewer systems are needed of the hour. Wastewater treatment can significantly reduce deaths due to waterborne diseases and dramatically improve public health. There is a need for capacity building in the sector to achieve these objectives. Science and scientific research can be essential in addressing drinking water and sanitation issues. This workshop aims to provide an opportunity for the policymakers, academicians, and researchers to share their experiences and knowledge by presenting fundamental and applied scientific advances in drinking water and sanitation and future challenges in this sector. 8 themes broadly cover the multidisciplinary aspect of water, which as follows: water sources, including groundwater, surface water, treated wastewater; water supply and demand, including rural and urban areas; wastewater treatment technology and agricultural management; effect of land use and over climate change on groundwater quality and quality; impact of point source and non-point source pollution on drinking water supply; operation and maintenance of the water supply system; social environment challenges; and education policy and governance. These themes are also centered in the government schemes such as the Jal Mission, Sarovar Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, and Udai Yojana. International organizations such as UNICEF and WHO are also working in this area to achieve sustainable development goal 6, which is about drinking water and sanitation. The themes of the workshop are also in line with the recently launched M.Tech degree program on drinking water and sanitation, which is the first of its kind in the country and covers all the 4 realms like society, governance, economics, and technology in the water sector. The developed course will address the drinking water and sanitation challenges faced by approaching countries, including India, in the water sector. In the workshop, we have 2 technical sessions with 6 keynote speakers from IIT Roorkee, UNICEF India, and MSc Design, covering various themes related to drinking water and associated challenges. We have 43 nominated participants from various states attending this program physically, and around 400 participants from India, and including countries like Afghanistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, Malawi, Zambia, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Oman, Rwanda, and Ghana. We are delighted to have you here, and if you have any questions, you can please visit the website or directly contact us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Yadav. Now, I would like to invite Professor V.P. Singh. Dr. Singh is distinguished professor at the JJM University. He's a globally renowned hydrologist, known for his breakthrough work in entropy theory and wave modeling. He's a prolific writer who has authored and co-authored 30 textbooks and over hundreds of book chapters in thousands of journal publications. He has received numerous awards and honors for his contributions, which includes 3 honorary doctorates, and he was recently elected into the National Academy of Engineering. And he's currently visiting the WRD&M department as a visiting professor under the Fulbright program. And we are delighted to have him here today with us. So please share a few words with us.
Thank you so much. I think my best introduction is very soon. Secretary William Mahajan, Department of Drinking Water Sanitation, Ministry of Jal-Shakti, Professor Teacher, Available Director of IIT Roorkee, Ashish Mandekar, Department of Resources, Development and Management, Professor Campbell, Department of Water Resources, and faculty, distinguished guests, students. This workshop today essentially a short view. The beauty of the M.Tech program to make it water and sanitation. So I would like to focus on the program. For the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, this new developed M.Tech program, drinking water and sanitation, directly matches the SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation. The M.Tech program also significantly contributes to SDG 3, which is good health and well-being, SDG 4, which is quality education, SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and capability, and SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production. If we delve into the areas of this M.Tech program, then we find that the program contributes to virtually all 17 SDGs of the United Nations, one way or another. Therefore, this program is much more fun and will have much greater significance than what my MPF can possibly. This program also directly contributes to the Central Government Mission, Secretary of Secretary this morning. This is the primary program that we barely believe. It directly addresses the problem that the country and the people face. I hope this program allows the beginning of thinking and academia, as well as academic institutions that directly address this problem and contribute to nation building and schools. The significance of this program can also be appreciated if you look at the data all over the world. Over 1 billion people around the world that say in the nearly 2 billion people, more than 55% of the world's population have access to sanitation. Each year, more than 5 million people die from water-related disease. A child dies from water-related disease every 15 seconds. 30% of water-related deaths are due to dengue. 84% of deaths are in children between the ages of 0 and 40. 98% of all the deaths are in developing countries. Very unfortunate. That means a water crisis, a direct impact on food and energy store. In 1997, 1/3 of the world's population, which is around approximately 1.8 billion, is living in water-stressed countries. By 2025, unfortunately, this proportion will rise to 2/3, which is 5 billion. Fortunately, our country is also tending toward the same situation. Even by 1950, we were the water supply. How many people? They are almost at the borderline of being the water sanitation. We are doing something. Like 60% of deaths in diarrhea in acid are directly attributable to unsafe water, inadequate sanitation, and poor hygiene. These diarrhea diseases, such as cholera, kill more people than AIDS, malaria, and measles combined, making diarrhea disease second leading cause of death to infectious disease of the children and the family. The germs that cause diarrhea are commonly spread in food or water that has been contaminated human or animal feces. This contamination can affect the environment for the inadequate sanitation and inadequate protection of drinking water sources and food products. Or in the first two, unsafe water storage and inadequate hygiene. Smoking only disease is spread to unsafe water and poor sanitation and hygiene practices. Infected tropical disease and rare complications such as Schistosomiasis and Guinea disease can be reduced almost 80%. With improved sanitation and safe water access. Indeed, access to safe water and sanitation and hygiene has the potential to prevent at least 9.1% of rural disease burden and 6.2% of rural deaths. And this reduction will have huge economic implications. I hope this workshop introducing the M.Tech Program we need the development of safe systems that protect communities from contaminated water by promoting behavioral change and providing short-term solutions. A safe water system is given access to safe water by helping individuals sustain, keep, and save store water in homes and facilities as well as schools. I think the importance of this program, particularly in M.Tech Program, I think is best summed by the following slogan from the snow ground. And the snow guys are program, if you know that the condition, and percent is not even not on the earth. Safety, water initiated from or nine or four. That's why in some cases, water is also called nine. And water is the first place of medicine for the first obey. I would like to take supporting care. She's final. They have the result. It's a program. And it's a capability providing the support and leadership. Even for some WRD&M implementation. I sincerely hope that the WRD&M does not stop here. Leaps forward to launch another program to directly help the people and the nation. Likewise, I also hope that the partners of only IIT, but also next year, provide inspiration from this initiative and develop another program. Some programs of the learning generation, training, planning and development, and so on. These programs are so indicated. The report was in at night became funded, invited me to say a few words at an operation workshop. Hopefully, and therefore, and I wish all success to the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Singh. Now, I would like to invite Professor A.K. Chandravediji, a director of IT Recruit. Sir received his B.Tech, M.Tech, and PhD degrees from IIT Kanpur, and he has been serving the IIT fraternity in different capacities. He has received numerous awards, including the INSA Teachers Award, the Distinguished Teacher Award in IIT Kanpur, the Tan Chin Tuan Fellowship of Nanyang Technical University, Singapore. And the list is down, but in the interest of time, I stop here. And now I invite sir, and I thank you for your consistent support. And we are eager to hear your thoughts on today's work. Please.
Thank you.
Drinking water and sanitation, Ministry of Dept. My distinguished colleague of listening to my doesn't have so Shri Nitin Singh Bhadauria, Additional Secretary, Mission Director, Drinking Water JJM Mission, Government of Uttarakhand, Dehradun. Our distinguished alumnus of IIT Roorkee, Dr. S.K. Joshi, retired IAS officer, former director of NIH, now our visiting professor, Professor Charan Jain, several distinguished faculty members from Department of Hydrology, from Departments of Hydro and Renewable Energy, and from the Department of Civil Engineering. Thank you all for joining this curtain raiser one-day workshop to inaugurate or to be the precursor of the very ambitious and much needed M.Tech Program that the Senate of IIT Roorkee has approved in the last year, basically for increasing capacity in this very critical area. Professor Vijay Singh has very elaborately pointed out that how much we lack both inside the country and also beyond in terms of availability of water, in terms of availability of drinking water, in terms of availability of sanitation. And so this course has not come a day too early. It is actually, I would say, a bit late. We should have launched this program much earlier. But given the kind of expertise that exists in multiple departments, sometimes coordination and sometimes initiative, something has to take precedence. And I'm happy that the Department of WRD&M took precedence in terms of this initiative and coordinated with all the departments to make sure that the strength of IIT Roorkee is suitably deployed so that we can launch a course which not only addresses the needs of the field engineers, but more importantly, lays down the vision which is seen from more academic and research perspective so that we can grow in the right direction. As many of you who are in IIT would have heard me several times earlier, it is worthwhile to repeat that it is the onus and responsibility of people in academia to interact closely with policymakers and to let them know what are the policy options originating from a perspective of science and engineering. We understand those aspects better, while the people who are in the policy making position, they understand the resources and the country's priorities better. But unless we interact, unless we let them become aware of all the options, only then the best available solution will be available for the country. And so it is important that we keep on pushing and working in this direction without any hang-ups or without any hesitation. And I'm deeply delighted that today our Secretary Drinking Water and Sanitation could find time, spare time to come to Roorkee and be a part of this curtain raiser. I think her presence lends clearly a visibility to the program and to the kind of outreach that this program needs, especially in the government sector. We'll be, of course, getting students, fresh students, but if only fresh students take up this course, I think the purpose will not be served. We need a lot of field engineers to come forward and take this course and then take those learnings back to the field and thereby make a difference that we are all looking for. With these words, I think I would like to conclude. We are all waiting to hear the Secretary. And let me congratulate the entire team of WRD&M and our associated departments for having come to this point where we are about to inaugurate the program, M.Tech program in the area of drinking water restoration. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi. Now, before inviting our chief guest, Madam Vinnie Mahajan, I would like to briefly introduce her. Madam Mahajan is IAS from Punjab, and she assumed charge as secretary in the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, with effect from January 2022. Ms. Mahajan holds an MBA from Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, where she was placed on the roll of honor, and BA Honours in Economics from Lady Shri Ram College, Delhi University. She has served as the first women Chief Secretary of Punjab and has also led several crucial offices in the state, such as Department of Housing and Urban Development, Government of Punjab and Industries and Commerce, IT and Investment Promotion, Department of Medical Education and Research and Finance, MD of the Punjab Infrastructure Development Board, as the first Director Disinvestment in the state, Secretary Power, and as Special Secretary Expenditure Punjab. Ms. Mahajan served as Director Joint Secretary to the Prime Minister of India from 2005-2012 and earlier in 2004 and 2005 as Director in the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. In a career spanning 30+ years, Ms. Mahajan has been an officer par excellence and has received numerous academic awards, including the National Talent Search Scholarship, She was a Hubert Humphrey Fellow at American University in Washington, D.C. in 2000-2001. And we are honored and delighted to have you here, ma'am. And now I would like to invite ma'am to please share your thoughts on today's workshop. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Professor J. Chaturvedi, Director, IIT Roorkee. Professor Vijay Singh, Distinguished Professor. Professor Pandey, Senior Leadership at IIT Roorkee. My colleagues from the Central Ministry and the State Government. Distinguished audience present in person and virtually. It is an honor to be on this campus, and I congratulate the leadership and all of you at IIT Roorkee for being part of an institution that has not only met the need of the times over the years, but has a glorious legacy spanning now 175 years. So when I was coming here, I spoke on the way with my parents, and my father pointed out that at one time and for a long time, this was perhaps the only engineering college in all of undivided Punjab going all the way to Delhi. And my mother chipped in saying that there used to be a saying in Punjab at that time, saying, "Ude naal ki vasna jinne Roorkee pass na kiti." So it was hugely aspirational to be here, and it continues to be. And that is the proud legacy that you are the inheritors of. And that is the responsibility also on all of you to maintain that legacy and maintain that position. It is also such a privilege to be in this department of WR, where you have a distinguished record tracing back 65 years. And I understand that this department originated in the context of a felt need when water resources of the country were being developed. And in a sense, it's appropriate that in tune with the need of those times, the earliest efforts were to promote the use of surface water through irrigation systems and canal networks, basically for irrigation, were the most important challenge of the time when India was facing famines. But we have moved on as a country since then. And while our needs of agriculture and related irrigation potential upgradation continues to be very important, we have now reached a stage where we can look more closely at basic human needs and commit ourselves to meeting those needs for the people of our country in the fastest possible time. We know that globally, the Sustainable Development Goals that the world as a whole has adopted have, as a part of that SDG framework, the ambition of providing clean water and sanitation to all on this planet by 2030. We also know that the problem for those who are left out of these basic needs have very largely been in developing world, of course, but India has made such a large contribution to those who do not have these basic human rights. And we know that while over decades, just as IIT Roorkee has been contributing over decades, the policymakers and administrators and governments have for decades been endeavoring to improve that situation. But we have now reached a stage where marginal improvements are not acceptable anymore. You all know that in 2014, when the country set itself the target of becoming open defecation free, that was a huge challenge because in spite of all the work done in the past, there was still a massive amount of work left to be done not just making toilets, but more importantly, getting people, especially the rural folk, to understand the importance of using toilets and to make sure that they actually use them. And the country as a whole, having taken up that ambition and that challenge led from the front by the Prime Minister himself, made sure that in 5 years, every village of India said that it had achieved open defecation free status, and the country could so say that as a whole. And that meant something like 10 crore toilets being built and used. But we also know that these are not one-time efforts. It is not as though you do that once and then for all times to come, you can sit back and relax. Some people will get left out, new households will come up, and more than that, the ambition will grow. So now we are not content with just ensuring that our ODM status continues, although that is fundamentally important. We cannot slip back. But we now want to do more. Dil hamesha hi mange more. So now we want to make sure that we have basic sanitation in all parts of the country and for the rural areas through the Swachh Bharat Mission Grami Phase 2. Phase 1 was all about toilets becoming ODF. In Phase 2, we are looking at making sure that not only is the village clean, visually clean, with arrangements for collection of waste and its appropriate disposal, but there are solid and liquid waste management measures in every village, preferably every household locally doing whatever source segregation, whatever grey water management, whatever organic waste management is appropriate at household level, and whatever is appropriate at community level, so that the village is able to be self-sufficient in some sense. But there will be things like plastic waste, etc., which are more appropriately handled at a little aggregated level. So can we make sure that there are material recycling facilities, maybe at block level, district level, as appropriate? Can we make sure that the organic and inorganic waste is properly segregated and done? And these, unthinkable some years ago, are now goals that are actually showing visibility. It can be done. Can be done. There is funding, there is a lot of commitment to this cause, but there is a lot of work to be done. There are 6 lakh villages in the country to be covered. They all have to understand what needs to be done. They have to appreciate the importance of doing it, some hand-holding, some convergence of funds available under budgetary support through Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin, through 15th Finance Commission grants, through Manrega, through so many other sources. So how do we make all that happen? And most importantly, how do we make sure that local communities accept that as something that they want to do for themselves, take ownership, maintain them, and ensure sustainability? And the same thing for water. So having moved from provisioning water at habitation levels in 2019, when the Prime Minister announced the Jal Jeevan Mission, and again, and almost an ambition that was clearly remarkable, that within 5 years, we would try to make sure that every rural household in the country had access to water through a functional tap connection in their house. Water at a minimum quantity, at least 55 liters per capita daily, of standards laid down, regularly available and sustainable. And again, look at the scale of the problem. At that time, there were about 3.23 crore rural households that had such functional tap connections in their homes. And we were looking at well over 16 crore households that did not. It's a matter of satisfaction that in the 2 years plus since the mission started. In spite of COVID, in spite of other challenges that we all know we faced, the country has been able to move up by at least 3 times that number as of 15th August 2019. And today, we can say with some satisfaction that more than 50% of rural households have received water in their homes through tap connections. We've spent over 80,000 crores, the government of India and state governments together, and the states and UT administrations are working aggressively on making sure that we achieve our audacious ambition of becoming Har Ghar Jal by 2024. But the glass is actually exactly half full. If we've achieved 50% today, there is just a little under 50% still left. Translates into very large numbers, very large number of villages, of households. And then it's not just an engineering issue of determining the source and putting distribution networks and overhead reservoirs and all of that. It's making sure that that water becomes available day after day, not 24/7, that's not the ambition yet, but day after day in a manner that the household knows that they will get that water maybe from 8 to 10 in the morning or whatever times are determined, and they will get it every day in the peak summer months when sources start drying up, and they will continue to get it year after year. And so there are issues of sustainability, not just of making sure that today there is access to clean water. And clean itself, as you know, has so many issues. There are different kinds of contaminants, different challenges in removing those contaminants to bring the water to acceptable standards. In particular, the issue Professor Vijay Singh explained those so well, making sure that there is no fecal or other contamination that leads to the waterborne diseases that we know so many children die of and afflict so many people in such a regular way. And so to ensure all of that, the challenge of making sure that the community is engaged again. The communities must understand that this is a need and must participate in the response to that need. But it's also a huge technological challenge because there are so many things that need R&D that could benefit from innovation, that could benefit from solutions in terms of new materials being applied, new products, new processes, new methods of doing things. And so I believe that it is most appropriate that institutes of eminence such as IIT Roorkee are our partners in meeting this ambition. Because the ambition of ensuring rural water and sanitation is not something that governments alone can do, or even governments working with local communities can do, essential though that is. It needs a strong element of participation by so many other stakeholders. And we are so pleased and privileged that international think tanks, agencies, domestic, and especially academic institutions are so actively partnering with us in that. We seek your continued support to these efforts. And I do believe that if we work together, the solutions that we place on ground will be superior and sustainable. And we will be proud that we were part of this massive effort, because opportunities like this come very rarely. There was a time when perhaps making the Ganga Canal was a huge technological challenge, and the people are remembered, their names are cited today, those who led these efforts and gave them direction. But by now, much of it has become routine. We may not remember the people who are building new canal networks today. But in a similar manner, we are today working on a massive effort at bringing clean drinking water and basic sanitation to the people of our country. And I think at least the next 2 to 3 years will see us at an inflection point. We are going to see remarkable progress, but the quality of the work done, the manner in which it is done, the innovations, the R&D, the newness of approaches that we bring will mean a huge difference in the quality of the outcomes. So let's work together. We greatly value the efforts already made. We look forward to much more efforts. The new M.Tech course that has been introduced is a remarkable step forward. We look forward to many of our serving engineers also, as the director correctly pointed out, coming here for this knowledge upgradation. We look forward to being leaders, as we already are, but providing appropriate, sustainable solutions to the rest of the world as well. And we look forward to partnerships at all levels that give the greatest value to the people on this planet for something as basic as the human rights that we were talking about. Thank you all for being a part of this effort. Thank you for continuing to engage. We look forward to each one of you giving of your time, your energy, your intellectual abilities, and we look forward to solid work in the field, on ground, and to working with you to achieve the most amazing results that can come out of such collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful speech, ma'am. Now, I would like to request Director Sir to please present a memento to ma'am. Now, I would like to request Professor Basant Yadav for a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Professor. Respected chief guest, all the dignitaries on the stage, and ladies and gentlemen present here, good morning. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey deep regards and heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Chief Guest, Ms. Vinnie Mahajan, IAS Secretary, Drinking Water and Sanitation Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, for sparing her valuable time and accepting our invitation to be the chief guest of the inaugural function of this workshop on drinking water and sanitation and current situation and future challenges. We are encouraged by your kind presence, madam, and Department of WRD&M IIT Roorkee will always remain grateful to you. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Professor Ajit Kumar Chaturvedi, Director IIT Roorkee, for his encouragement and support in organizing this workshop and for sparing his valuable time with us. My sincere thanks to Professor Chaturvedi, as his strong leadership and vision have helped us significantly in developing the newly introduced course on drinking water and sanitation. Further, we are grateful to Professor Vijay P. Singh, Distinguished Professor, Department of WRD&M IIT Roorkee, and Regent Professor, Texas A&M University, who graced us with his kind words. I want to thank our head of the department, Professor Ashish Pandey, for his constant help and guidance that radiated a source of energy within us. We will ever remain grateful to you, sir. I thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. I'm also very much thankful to all the program committee members and the invited speakers. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support in shaping the workshop. I'm very much thankful to all our faculty members of Department of WRD&M who always stand by us and motivate us. I feel proud and thank you for making this event a successful one. I'm thankful to the training officers and office staff of WRD&M for their timely help and support. We are also grateful to the media persons for their comprehensive coverage of this event. Lastly, I'm thankful to one and all those who directly or indirectly extended their support for this event. Jai Hind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Yadav. Now I would like to request our director, sir, to please present a memento to ma'am. And this is a painting that was created by the students of the Anushruti Academy for the Deaf, IIT Roorkee. My apologies. Now I would like to request everyone to please stand for the national anthem. Thank you.
Right for
I would like to invite all our participants and guests to please move ahead for the team.
इसमें जगह खाली था, यहाँ लगा सकते थे, क्या जरूरत होगा करने का? क्या जगह नहीं था ये? सर यहाँ भी लगा सकते हैं, यहाँ ये लगा देगा तो हो जाएगा। नीचे लगा दो नीचे। इसको ये इसकी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, ऐसे वर्ड करके लगा देते हैं। सर उसकी क्या पॉइंटर के लिए चाहिए ना? सर ने स्टेशन दे देंगे। ठीक है, कहाँ लगा ये? कुछ पीपीटी चलाइए। कहाँ है पॉइंटर का?
नहीं, इसको बस फुल स्क्रीन पे भी छोड़ने की ब्रेक है ना। अच्छा, पॉइंटर चेक करते हैं, चेक करके पॉइंटर चेक करते हैं। अच्छा, ये लेकिन लाइव पे नहीं आ रहा। लाइव पे तो लोग आ रहे हैं। लाइव है ये,
इसमें लोडेड है ना यार, वैसे से
हाँ सर ये
अच्छा ठीक है।
एक चला करके।
अच्छा, इसका वो जो है पॉइंटर
मिलेगा सर, ये पॉइंटर है,
ये उसी टाइप से है ना पॉइंटर?
चेक करें। हाँ सर वैसा ही है, ये वाला नहीं,
नहीं ये नहीं है।
एक सेकंड
एक बात में करना इसमें अभी मतलब
देखो चेक करना सर, पॉइंटर चेक
उस पर फुल स्क्रीन ठीक है ठीक है। बहुत सारे पॉइंटर से कर रहे हैं
ये सर, ये आगे भी चेक।
अच्छा ठीक, ये पॉइंट दर्शन
सिस्टम चेक किया
खोलो
किसी और की खोल लीजिए।
लंच तो 1:30 बजे, जैसा तुमको
क्या बात करेंगे?
खा लो
ठीक है चलो।
हो गया सर, ये हो गया है, अब ये जाएगा फुल। जब अभी तो कर नहीं सकते, प्रेजेंटेशन मोड में ले जाके के करना होगा, प्रेजेंटर मोड में जाके करेगा।
Hello.
I think my voice is quite loud. So good afternoon, everybody. And we have to start this session. So in this session, I think there are 1, 2, 3 lectures. One is by Professor Anil on drinking water management issues. Second is by Mr. Manish Basuja, water services under Jal Jeevan Mission. And third is by Professor Basant Yadav on groundwater. I will request Professor Kansal kindly to. Sure. Hello. I will request Professor Kansal kindly to present the topic and enlighten the audience. Professor Kansal.
Thank you, Chairman sir, and our friends. I welcome you to this workshop. I would like to discuss with you some of the drinking water management issues as has been pointed out in the inaugural function also. You see, most of these civilizations have developed on the banks of the water bodies. Mainly the reason was that we need the water for various purposes like the drinking and for food purposes. And in the morning also we were talking that almost 80% of all disease and over 1/3 of deaths in developing countries are water associated. And on an average, 1/10 of each person's productive time goes to solve water related problems. So as a planner, we have to, it is part of our responsibility that we must make a fundamental promise to our people that the water they drink and food they eat are adequate and safe. So keeping that objective in mind, the major objectives are providing safe and adequate drinking water to the masses on sustainable basis, which is an important societal and governance issue. And sustainable water system must be reliable, resilient, and invulnerable. Worldwide scenario, if you see that almost 2.7 billion people faces water scarcity, at least 1 month in a year. Almost 1.1 billion people lack access to clean water. Almost 2.4 billion people are exposed to various waterborne diseases like the cholera and others. And almost 0.6 million children die each year from the diarrheal disease. So it is a very common saying that the water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. And you can see the status of the water scarcity throughout the world. As far as the Indian scenario is concerned, that India has world's second largest population, but only 4% of the potable waters. 54% of India faces high to extremely high water stresses. Almost 600 million people face the high to extreme water stress. Almost 99 million people lack access to safe water. 100 million people live in the area of poor water quality. And 0.1 million children die of the diarrheal disease itself. If you see the overall Human Development Index of the country, the India's Human Development Index is 0.645 and its rank is 131st among 189 countries, which is of the medium in nature. And WASH plays an important component that affects the HDI, because in the HDI, we have the 3 major components. One is the education, second is the life expectancy, and third is the income. And the life expectancy again depends upon the WASH components. If you see the sustainability aspect, which we mentioned that most of the time we are talking about the sustainability of the water resources. The basic definition of the sustainability is that it is the ability to meet the water needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to do the same. So this sustainability aspects covers the major components like the societal aspect as the social progress. Second is the sustainable technology and the innovations. Third is the economic development, and fourth is the environmental protection. So if all these four sectors are taken care of, then only we can say that the development is sustainable. For example, when we are talking about the environmental protection, we are talking about the biodiversity, water and land resources, water quality or the pollution. When we are talking about the social progress like the stakeholder involvement, social equity, employment generation and capacity building, and cultural heritage, etc. Then in technology, we are talking about the technology transfer and the innovation, because unless until there is a innovation component in the technology, it cannot be sustainable. Then of course the economic development like the microeconomic efficiency, regional economy and the infrastructure. Then we all know that there are the 17 sustainable development goals, and out of that, in fact, water is affecting almost all the 17 goals. But out of that, the two are the major one from the water sector point of view, that the sixth one, which I've been talking almost every time, that the clean water and sanitation, and 11th is the sustainable cities and the communities. And taking care of the sixth sustainable development goal, the government of India has very ambitious plans, and they have been working for the various missions like the Jal Jeevan Mission, Har Ghar Ko Nal Se Jal, which is the main mandate, the National Water Mission like the NMCG, Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, and then from the city's point of view or the development point of view, the Atal Mission for Regeneration and Urban Transformation, Amrut, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, or the Smart Cities Mission. So to take care of these sustainable development goals and to ensure the effective water governance, a new dedicated ministry of Jal Shakti has been created to address the interrelated issues. And as we are talking about the Jal Jeevan Mission that our Honorable Secretary was with us, the objective was, or the vision is aligned with the sustainable development goals, and the objectives are to adequate quantity. Earlier we used to have the 40 liters per capita per day. Now this has been fixed as the 55 liters per capita per day. The sustainability of the source, system and the finance. Reliability, that is also very, very important in the Jal Jeevan Mission, that is the regular and safe drinking water. The affordability, that the affordability, reasonable user charges. Then equity and inclusivity, that is no one should be left behind. And the quality aspects, we know that the BIS standard, that is 10,500, which is very important from the water quality point of view. And of course, my friend will be from UNICEF will be discussing about the rural sector. I will be focusing on the urban sector. As we know that urbanization in 2011, there were 53 million plus cities, and various cities are shown here. Almost 1 lakh to 1 million cities were, about 415 cities were there. 1 to 10 million cities were 53, and about 10 million cities, 3 cities were there. And in India, almost we had about 8,000 towns in that in the country. As per 2011 census, we had almost 32% of the population as living in the urban areas. So it is expected or it is estimated that in 2021, the number of cities has grown high, and the million plus cities are 65, whereas the 1 to 10 lakh cities are 592. The total urban population in millions is 482 million, and we have more than 10,000 plus cities. Out of this, the 97 cities are more than 5 lakhs. And there are in the riverbank population, because most of the cities have developed on the banks of the rivers. So there are almost 68 cities which are on the river banks. And the percentage of total urban population is almost 53. And out of this, the 57 cities are designated as the smart cities. Naturally, when we are talking about the smart cities, water is the major issue that we have to take care of that. And out of those 57 these cities, on the riverbank itself, there are 44 smart cities which have been envisaged from the riverbank point of view. So just you can see the list of the riverbank cities, about 5 lakhs, about 205 million people, and 42% of the urban population is in these cities. And in these riverbank cities, almost 1255 kilometer length of the rivers are there. So if we can take care of this almost 1255 kilometers of the length of the rivers, we can take care of these cities. These are graphically, these are there that as I just mentioned, there are 68 cities, out of which smart cities are 44 and million plus cities are 46. For example, if you see that in Lucknow, we had a distance of almost about 16 kilometers, which is highly polluted, right? Similarly, if we see in Varanasi, we have a lot of water related programs, the water quality aspects. About 13 kilometer reach is there. So if you see that almost about 15 kilometers, if I take the average of the length of these cities, and if I consider that these total cities, let's say these 100 cities, so 1500 kilometer length is there, which if we take care of that, we can take care of the major part of the urban cities. So we have to think of the river health that. And I draw the analogy between the river health and the human health. For example, when we are talking about a good human health, like the healthy person characteristics. Similarly, if we are talking about the river health point of view, I mean, there is no universal definition of the river health, but we have to think of the river health policy. So there is a need for the national policy for the river health, how we can define the river health and how we can take care of the river health. The various characteristics of the river health, for example, the one and the foremost criteria is that of the natural flow that varies in magnitude, frequency, duration, timing, and the rate of change. The rivers, healthy rivers should allow transport of sediment and nutrients. Then it should have the good water quality, as the healthy river has the temperature level, dissolved oxygen level, and so on. So we have to take care of all these aspects. If you consider the various issues related with the river health we can categorize them under various categories like the e-flows, minimum, maximum, or seasonal flows, the aquatic flora and fauna, the organoleptic parameters, the physical parameters, the inorganic and organic chemical parameters, and the microbiological parameters. The CPCP has given the different categorization, of course, that has been used quite exhaustively, and I would say that for the last so many years we are using that. The different classes of the rivers, class A, class B, class C, class D, and class E. But you see that this designated best use and this classification was long back in 70s, right? So there is a need because more and more awareness has increased in the area of the water quality aspect. So we should think of revising these parameters and we should make them more exhaustive for categorizing the various rivers for the different designated use. Then the second aspect is because of the urbanization, we are talking about the development of the various cities. We have the metropolitan cities. Then beside the metropolitan cities, we have the satellite towns or satellite cities like the secondary cities like the Gurgaon, Noida, like that near Delhi. And then beside those, the major satellite towns or cities, we have the other small cities and so on. So everybody is moving towards the urban areas because of the jobs, because of the facilities. So we are increasing more and more secondary cities. So earlier, even UN Habitat has defined the secondary city as having the population between 1 lakh to 5 lakh. But in Indian context, we can think of that 1 lakh to 2.5 million as the secondary cities. And because of this urbanization, we have a lot of impact on the water sources. As you can see in the graph that the pre-development stage, how the runoff graph is there, and because of the urbanization, how the runoff hydrograph changes in terms of the peak as well as in terms of the translation, that the time of concentration. So as the imperviousness increases, less water infiltrates and more runoff takes place. Highly urbanized area, over half of all rains becomes surface runoff, and deep infiltration is only a fraction of what was naturally there. And it leads to the reducing the groundwater for the wetlands, riparian vegetation, wells and other uses. If you see the urban water cycle, we have the precipitation, we have the evapotranspiration, the urban waterland areas, we have the water supply in terms of the demand, the urban drainage, wastewater collection, and then we import the raw water, potable water, which goes in the water treatment, or either some part of it goes in the groundwater or some part it goes in the surface water. So more complex due to various anthropogenic influences and the interventions. And that's why there is the importance of the 6 R's. 6 R's means that they reduce, reuse, recycle, reclaim, recover, and restore. I think because of the less time, I would slightly quickly scan. The other concept is the water sensitive city. The water sensitive city should be livable, resilient, sustainable, and productive. And if you consider the various cycles of the water sensitive city, it should be a water supply city, sewered city, drained city, waterway city, water cycle city, and water sensitive city. Right? And the components of the water sensitive cities are: one is the society, second is the built and natural environment, third is the appropriate technology and infrastructure, and fourth is the governance. And the scale of the development is in terms of the space, in terms of time, in terms of the communities, and in terms of the various processes. And all these 4 sectors are interrelated with each other. So one has to think of that, how we can have the framework or the coherence of the various components, and each of these components is taking care of the various SDGs. This slide shows that the various SDGs, how we can have, and we have to think of the integrative and fit for purpose water sensitive design frameworks. For example, I have just suggested one proposed that national water sensitivity ranking. I suggest that the various cities should have the national water sensitivity ranking, where we can have the different weightage to the different 4 sectors and the different components, and then we can rank those cities that where that particular city is standing. I think it needs more elaboration, but because of the time, I'm not been able to do that part. These numbers can change, and decision makers can decide these numbers, but still, just like the NIRF ranking for the institutes, we can have the ranking for the various cities from the water sensitive point of view. So the various problems in the urban water, we have the quantity related, we have the problems related to quality, we have the problems related with the technology for management, we have the social, environmental and governance issues, and the safety issues. So to summarize the various issues, as we know that the water and health or the water and society are interlinked, safe and adequate drinking water to all are the key issues. Supply and demands are inversely correlated, because in the summer we have demand more and supply less, whereas in winter we have the more water and the demand less, and so on. Then another is the water is the universal solvent. It is good for living beings' growth. At the same time, it works as a carrier of the pollutants. Then water is necessity of life as well as it is an economic good. That also is an issue. It is a state subject, and hence interstate issues are there. Then 6% of the GDP goes in the water resources. Still, accessibility, efficiency, equity, and affordability are the issues. The specific areas like the per capita income is increasing, but the per capita water availability is reducing. And the hill and isolated areas have the different problems. So to conclude, the drinking water and sanitation problem solution can be obtained by transforming the cities into water sensitive cities, which can be co-created by organizations, communities, and experts from the various fields like the urban and regional planning, urban design and landscape architecture, environmental science and engineering, water resources development and management, applied hydrology, earth observation science and geographical information system, policy, human and social sciences. I think that's all because of the paucity of the time.
Thank you, Dr. Manson. I think that we will take the questions and other things after all the presentations are over. So I will request next speaker, Mr. Manish Vajuda, to make presentation. I will request him that he may sum up his, he may make his presentation within 12 to 13 minutes so that we can finish this program, this session somewhat between 1:30 to 1:40.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair and Co-Chair. Actually, I'm working in UNICEF, and we are primarily supporting ministry and state governments in JJM and SPM program, Jal Jeevan Mission and Swachh Bharat Mission. So my presentation is, and I am working particularly in JJM in Delhi. So I'm working with ministry, providing technical support. We have 15 state offices which provide support to state governments. So my presentation will be mostly on the practical issues, what we are facing in JJM and what are the components, how we can work together maybe with academic institution. So as in the morning, we heard from ministry, the secretary, and also from my previous speaker, JJM is a program which is highly ambitious program of Government of India. It's world largest program of rural drinking water supply, having an allocation or outlay of $70 billion. No other country had such amazing priority to rural drinking water. And this has come after 70 years of independence. So at the beginning of the program, if I may say, our coverage was 17% rural drinking water, household level connections. Today, after from 19 to 22, almost 2.5 years of implementation, it stands at 50%. And the ambition is to reach out to every household, 100% household tap connection by 24. So I think that is a huge thing. And for that, we need partners, whether it is government or UN agencies or development partners or other agencies working in this area. And these are some of the components where I think academic institutions like IITs can provide support. So these are components of JJM. The first component is obviously the water supply itself. Second, the focus is primarily on community, bottom-up planning, that community they themselves plan and implement the program. It's not top-down approach. The major component of this program is the women-centric program. It's something which is providing facility, keeping in mind the role which women in rural areas they do day and night. So it is their empowerment through, why not make them as water managers? When they are water managers at home, why not they can run the facility as a utility? So that is the key focus of this program. And then it has a huge ambition of skill development. Every village, every GP has to act like a utility. We have our phones managed by various utilities, whether it is Jio, Airtel. Similarly, why not every GP becomes a utility? They generate their own resources, they spend it on water supply, not only water supply, but water supply and sanitation. And why not water supply, sanitation, and education? Maybe all these things together to create good business models. Grey water management. If we just visualize a situation where 17% of population had household tap connection in 2019. Rest of people, they were having access, but they were having hand pumps or community stand posts. Now every household, 50% of the population have access to household tap connection in their household. The amount of grey water which comes out of those households, 70 to 80% of the inlet water, which is 55 liter per capita per day, goes out as grey water. And if we take it to 100% by 24, how much grey water would be coming out? So how we can manage that? And for that, we don't need, in rural areas, we cannot have treatment plants. It's basically how can we do it in situ through soak pits, through kitchen gardens, and those kind of things. And then source sustainability, as Madam Secretary also mentioned about source sustainability, but source sustainability is something which is not only scientific, but also community behavior centric. Because if I have got household tap connection and if I keep it open, then my source is finite and it's going to be dry. So in summer months. So how do we focus not only on the scientific solutions, but also community behavior change solutions to ensure source sustainability? And lastly, water quality. The quality of water in some part of country has fluoride, arsenic, iron, but I think most of the water supply systems which has quality problem, it's predominantly microbiological contamination. And very few people talk about it. We talk about chloride, we talk about arsenic, we talk about everything because there are treatment technologies which have some finances linked to it. But microbiological contamination is the community centric activities, how we can create that kind of awareness that the water source doesn't become contaminated. I will not talk about much about security because I think everybody knows about water security, what are the issues. But I just want to highlight two parts of it. One is water security means availability of water, so source sustainability is important. But other part which is wherever even source is sustainable, but because of over withdrawal, what happens that the quality gets compromised. So arsenic and fluoride, they get more accumulated or concentrated in that finite water source if we overdraw it. We all know what is the origin of arsenic, arsenopyrite rocks, and they get when there is more withdrawal, then that arsenic gets concentrated there. So those kind of issues, how we can get solutions through innovative scientific solutions, partnering with academic institutions like IIT. So these are some of the challenges which I have kind of listed. You may know much more about this. So ministry and state governments are working on it, using technologies, innovative technologies, frugal technologies, how to kind of minimize those losses or how to make sure that community knows water budgeting part so that the overdraw can be reduced. Government also has linked flagship program of Atal Bhujal Yojana, of Sardar Amrit Sarovar, of Catch the Rain. So different other components, but how they can work together in a convergent manner that the source sustainability part remains prime through these various flagship program, which can lead to sustainability of JJM. So this is the scope of partnership which we have in JJM, and government is partnering with various NGOs, civil society, development partners, academic institutions. But think about it that in last 70 years, we could only achieve 17% till 2019 progress of functional household tap connection. And with the same HR at state level in the departments, in the PhDs and water supply departments, we are now having an ambitious of reaching to 100%. So see the scope and the requirement of HR, the skill building which is required. And I think in that aspect, the course which you are initiating, this M.Tech course on water and sanitation, will play a major role to provide that kind of skilled HR into this sector. So these are some of the, I just kind of listed last night, what is the scope of technical institutions like IITs? There are center of excellence, professor chairs, regional center of excellence, which are created by JJM, and there are different IITs which are part of it. There are different national level institutes which are part of it, but still a huge program. So still many things to be done. They remain unfinished. So how we can partner with other institutes who are not maybe center of excellence with JJM, but they can provide technical support to nearby state governments, like IIT Roorkee can provide support to Uttarakhand government to UP government, we know MP government, there are issues in Bundelkhand region on water security. So how IIT Roorkee can provide that kind of support to UP government, and UNICEF would be happy to coordinate this kind of partnership and to some extent support this kind of partnership. And we need people coming out of your institute who are skilled, who are knowledgeable, and who can create adaptive solutions. So these are some of the scope which I have listed. You can just go through that. In the interest of time, I am not going through that, but I think it is more on capacity building and the technical support to the state governments in implementation and rollout of JJM. So with this, I end my presentation, but I would maybe in the question answer session, I would seek more kind of queries from your side so that we can have bilateral flow of information. Thank you.
For completing the session very much in time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please, you may also try to finish it in 10, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. Please. Okay, please.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I think it's lunchtime, so I'm not going to take much time. Since I think a lot of focus has been on various issues related to drinking water supply, and earlier in the meeting when Madam Secretary was talking, a lot of emphasis was on the groundwater, because that is one source of water supply which otherwise has been considered to be a safe and secure sort of source and never going to deplete. That was being the understanding for a while. The importance of groundwater can be emphasized with this year World Water Day, which was celebrated on 22nd of March, and the theme was groundwater making the invisible visible. Why the invisible? Because where we are sitting right now, we don't see, but then the groundwater is there. Every day in most of our activities, we are directly or indirectly using groundwater. But the awareness about the groundwater, its quantitative and qualitative aspect has not been much. This is just a fundamental fact. Now, I think everybody knows about it, the limited quantity available in terms of fresh water. And within the fresh water, the contribution of groundwater is even more important. The majority of groundwater originates from rainfall, snow, and after all the losses, all the abstractions, the remaining amount which percolates through, that becomes the groundwater. However, it is not that easy that the natural cycle has been disturbed quite a lot. We have now dams, we have the extractions, we have the other interventions, directly and indirectly, we have altered the hydrological cycle, and therefore the path of groundwater recharge and the path of groundwater extraction, that has been altered quite significantly. The recharge process, which is the primary reason where the sustainable fluctuation of groundwater table remains sustainable, that is because of the groundwater recharge. And 64% of the recharge comes from the rainfall, and the remaining 36% comes from the different sources. In terms of drinking water, we can see that globally around 2.5 billion people solely depend upon the groundwater to satisfy their basic needs. Similarly, around 50% of the global population and 43% of the water used, that is for irrigation. In Indian context, around 62% of the irrigation supplies and 85% of the supply in the rural sector comes from the groundwater. So therefore, there is no issue or no question about the groundwater utility and its importance. So that we understand quite significantly. Globally, we know that nearly 8 billion population in 2020 is expected to reach around 11 billion in 2100. And as the human population grows, the demand of groundwater is going to be more and more. And it is not just the demand; it's just the sheer pressure on the groundwater table that has resulted at different impact at different sort of populations. So if you think about the rural population, poor people, they are not able to extract the water from 500 feet or 600 feet. The large diameter well, which used to be the constant source of water supply for them, that has been completely depleted because of the overexploitation from the agriculture sector. The distribution of the groundwater is also not uniform. We have the pockets where the water is available, but then we have the region in different parts of the country where there is no groundwater available. So that means the importance of groundwater becomes even more important considering the limited availability, both in spatial and temporal terms. The decline of water table, if you can see the region, especially the North Indian sort of region where the water table decline has been quite significantly, that is around 4 to 8 centimeter per year, which is a very significant water table decline. This fact I have already mentioned about the Indian context, that how the groundwater is very significant for Indian context, largely for the irrigation and drinking water supply. So you see this picture where you can see the India sort of skyrocketing in terms of exploitation of groundwater. That is 250 kilometer cube per year. So we are much ahead than most of the countries, especially in the Southeast Asia and Asian region. We are the largest sort of exploiter of groundwater. So we need to focus on that, how we can sort of limit the use of groundwater, especially in the irrigation sector. That's where the major chunk going on. The sustainable fluctuation I was talking about earlier, we have the monsoon. So we are fortunate that every year we decline the water table, then monsoon comes and it gets replenished again. But then if you see the long-term decline, there are over 15% block, especially in the state like Haryana, Rajasthan, Punjab, where the long-term groundwater table decline has been observed. In terms of overexploitation, so this is if you see the stage of groundwater extraction, which is around 61.6%, but that is not uniform. In some region, the water table is been rising for a few years, but then in some pockets, it's constantly been declining. You see the red spot, especially in the northwestern part of India and the western and the southern peninsula, there the water table has been declining significantly. So the one sort of idea or the one approach to conserve the groundwater is the groundwater recharge. And as I've already been told about the recharge sources, so we can use the rainfall, and then the remaining part comes from the different sources. Various techniques are available for the groundwater recharge. Both direct and indirect techniques contribute significantly. Those techniques depends on the specific site condition, that which one you can use for what location. So, for example, the flood-based recharge methods can be relatively suitable for the flat areas, and also, for example, the stream augmentation or the direct recharge from the wells can be done. But all these techniques depends on the locality available of source, and also the lithology, which allows the recharge to happen at faster rate. So groundwater conservation in terms of rainwater harvesting is definitely an sort of approach which we can use to conserve the groundwater and maintain the sustainable groundwater fluctuation. But even the full level of groundwater level development and full level of rainwater harvesting, the groundwater availability is going to be limited. So still we need to focus on that, how the community can participate in the both demand and supply management. Then only we can think about the sustainable use of the groundwater. Groundwater quality is another concern. In terms of quality, we have seen that how it is being affected. Quality is another aspect of it. So once we talk about the quantity, but if the quality is not good, that means the quantity is also being reduced. So it is not the quantity which is being separately and quality is separately. Both are integrated, and the population has a lot to do in terms of distributing the quality. These are the different sources of groundwater contamination. So we have the source from agriculture chemicals, then we have the urban runoff, septic systems, and a lot of these sources are, whether it's non-point source or point source pollution, which are directly or indirectly contributing to the groundwater contaminants. Some of them are available at near the surface. So, for example, municipal waste, chemical storage, fertilizers, and on the below the land surface, we have the landfills, wastewater pipelines, and septic tank system, which is we talked about the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. So those toilets, if they have been constructed poorly, then probably they will result in 10-15 years down the line, they can become the sort of biological hazards for the groundwater. So that's another concern. They are some of the visible impact of the groundwater quality. There are various diseases associated directly with the water quality, and various solution has been proposed, and I'm not going to talk about in detail about these. There are other techniques, other contaminants, as previous speaker was pointing out about the microbiological consent, and the quality sort of aspects of it. Government of India is also doing a lot, as we have already discussed a lot about the schemes in the and what they have been doing in terms of that. I will focus on just 5 minutes more about a local solution in Rajasthan, which is called the Chauka system. It's a system developed by the local NGO, and it's a sort of solution to develop the pasture land. In our recent assessment, we have been able to identify that these local solutions not only provide the sustainable pasture land for a few months of the early dye periods, they also provide additional 4 to 5% of recharge. So these kind of solution, which is being integrated with the society, it is developed by them, managed by them, and regulated by them. And what we have done, we have just provided some modern scientific interventions to them to design the system better, and also to provide the idea to scale up in different regions. So this is what we have been working on, and some of the alarming facts about the groundwater. And yes, UNICEF is already there, so I think they are sort of much better sort of posed to talk about this. But then this is the general idea that how the groundwater has been affecting not only India, across the world. And also you can see, just read these facts and think about and go back and sort of try to do a lot more, not just by the scientific way, but also integrating society in terms of groundwater conservation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor.
That is very quick.
The things in time. So at least I can say that all the 3 speakers did their job within time. And I say ahead of it. No time over. It is 1:30. By 1:30, all the speakers are, all the speakers have made their presentation. Now the floor is open for any questions, please. Any questions, if you have, you may please raise your question. No questions? Waiting for the answer. Okay. Then what I do that, then I will just quickly, just within a few minutes, just I will just sum up and then get to you want to ask something? Please. That water. In this regard, so you think that interlinking of water which you are considering could be a solution? If yes, will it not affect the path of the river and related to that? Because in state like Uttarakhand, the river often changes its path in some ways forward. So will it not affect the government interlinkage process that is made?
Yeah, basically, interlinking of rivers is for reducing the inequitable distribution of the water from one region to the other, right? As far as the change of the path of the river is concerned, that is slightly a different issue. And that is, you can say, in the hilly area, or maybe when the river is taking recourse, or because of the floods, or because of the low flows, or because of the high flow. That is the other aspect. And that is not basically creating the interlinking as far as the changing of the course is concerned. But yes, the interlinking of the rivers is a need of the hour, particularly when we have such a vast country where some regions are water surplus and some regions are water scarce. So if you see the water availability per capita water availability, so that is huge difference is there, right? So in order to meet the basic requirement of the people in one region, we require the water to be transported from one region to another. That's why the interlinking of the rivers is very much needed. But how much it is feasible, feasibility and economics, that also one has to see that.
Now, with respect to what Sam has mentioned, can we think of sale of water from
water sufficient states to water deficient states. Now, because if we are considering about rainwater harvesting, it will definitely involve some cost of some infrastructural cost some part of the households. Even if we are going for water saving, it will require some part of infrastructure. We are storing the water in the water sufficient states and they are sending it to the water deficient states. It will require some part of infrastructure cost on the part of the government. But they can recover that cost by the sale of by some water cess or water bill, that sort of thing. So can we think this as an alternative? Because
Yeah. I think when we talk about rainwater harvesting, I mean, my observation is that rainwater harvesting has to be done at this scale. So when you are talking about the local scale rainwater harvesting, it is not going to be really useful. I mean, you can do the roof water harvesting, you can conserve say 10,000 liters of water something. But then the overall groundwater decline, which we are talking about, for that we need to have the solution which are at scale and which are also scalable. I think when we are talking about the selling of water, probably the cost and benefit, we need to look into that which one is more costly, which one is less costly. I mean, I think it will be not sort of wise for me to point out right now that which is going to be useful. But if we can do the cost benefit analysis and if we see that something is less costlier than something is more costlier, it can be done. But my understanding is that if we do the rainwater harvesting at a scale, so for example, the Mission Amrit Sarovar, which is coming, 75 ponds in one district. Now that sort of intervention can potentially sort of recharge the scale, recharge the aquaculture at the larger scale, which may also sort of alleviate some pressure on the water table, over a bigger region. So that the transferring of water from one region to another may not be needed if we do the rainwater harvesting at every place. So, I mean, I don't know whether I get this answer or not, but I think the cost head needs to be looked into both aspects.
that water is an economic good, right? But at the same time, it is social responsibility. So if you see the social responsibility, then the government is spending the money and but at the same time, when we are having the economic food, then individual also have to save that. So both parties, government as well as the individual, they have to save the responsibility. I hope.
Yeah, I think that the question which you have raised, two questions. Yes, sir. First question, your questions are very intelligent questions, number one. Number two, the first question what you have to actually water, river water drinking wherever it will be done. It will be done after making a proper study. How the river course will be changed and where it should be located. But ultimately there will be issues of difference in elevation. There will be somewhere pumping will be required. The energy will be required to pump that water to transfer the water. So whatever are your concerns, they all will get addressed when that planning is done. Planners will not leave. The second issue which you have raised, it is a water economy. It is the economy. And what he has raised a global issue at the country level and what happens. And this you are raising a local issue. All these issues are having even their political implications also. So the issue is you have raised a very intelligent issue, but its solution depends upon the economy, society, how the society takes it and how the scenario emerges at that point of time. Because its cost may not be that much that it may satisfy even the society. You have to see, you have to do the social cost analysis, or it should be social cost economy or analysis has to be done. So, I will just say that Professor Kansal has concentrated on urban, Mr. Manish Vashuja on rural, and the Professor Basant Yadav on groundwater. Professor Kansal told that how river health is connected with the human health, and he has given certain parameters also how the river health can be measured, and which is really a very good suggestion made by him. And Mr. Vashuja has said that when the woman is the manager of the house, why she cannot be the manager of the water utility. And then he also emphasized on the partnership between the IITs and institutions and the state governments And Mr. Vasant Yadav talked very well about this groundwater. And here, just I would like to tell you one thing, that in year 2006, there was a study done by World Bank. And its name, there is a report. The name of the report is India Water Economy, Bracing for a Turbulent Future. It was done by Mr. John Briscoe. I was also associated with this when this study was discussed. And myself and John Briscoe had a good association. So, and I am a person who is from the water sector, mostly hydropower. So I can say that I am in love with water. So, if you want that, you can read this book, and you can see that this water, groundwater, all these issues have been, warning has been issued much earlier. And if we don't take that warning and don't manage it, its consequences will be, it will have dire consequences. We have already missed the mark, and we should not miss in future. Now I will ask Professor Munda to kindly supplement.
So, thank you, Mr. Dean, for nicely chairing this session. I'm very grateful to all the speakers who made my very good presentation. Without taking much time, I will request all of you to
Thank you very much. Okay.
Professor Basan Yadav. Professor S.K. Mishra, he is a professor at WRD&M at IIT Roorkee. His major research interests are in rainfall runoff modeling, flood forecasting, dam break studies, irrigation and drainage engineering, design of irrigation and drainage structures, reservoir operation, environmental engineering, water and wastewater audit. He was awarded with American Biographical Institute USA the Man of Achievement Award in 2005, Institute of Engineers Award for Eminent Engineers Award in 2014. He was also recognized as one of the best 25 teachers in IIT Roorkee in 2018. Professor Basant Yadav, he is an assistant professor at WRD&M IIT Roorkee. His research interests are groundwater and contaminant hydrology, water quality, optimal remediation system design, artificial recharge, rainwater harvesting, conjunctive water use planning, managed aquifer recharge and its impact on groundwater quality and quantity, integration of experimental, numerical and data-based modeling in groundwater management studies. He has been awarded the International Society of Porous Media Rain Kentrin Early Career Award of Porous Media for a Green World in 2020. Now, I would like to hand over the session to our chair and co-chair. Also, I would ask the participants who have joined us virtually to please ask the questions in the chat box. Over to chair.
This first session, second session, and this session we're going to be three speakers, and the time of the speakers 1 hour, 15 minutes. So we will have 20 minutes by each of the speakers, and the first speaker is Mr. Awesome. And this slide, we will be talking about surveillance model for efficient water reuse and national policy. So I think we should invite you to the experience. Please.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here. It's not the first time I'm in Roorkee. Came here a few months ago, and always it's a pleasure. I'm in the Israeli Water Attaché. I'm working in the Israeli embassy to promote the cooperation between Israel and India in the water sector. I'm coming from more than 20 years of working in the field with PhD and later on in the private sector for projects worldwide. And today I'm going to speak about the Israeli model and how it can be adapted to India in the issue of sustainability in water resources management. So this you already know about the situation, and I think many people talked before me about the challenges to meet the demand for water needs for domestic industry, energy production, and economical development for the next generation. India has already faced severe water stress in many of the region, and the issue of how we can sustainability supply the water for all the sector, it's one of the crucial issue of developing of the Indian water market. When we compare India to Israel, there is a big difference. India is a large country with more than 1.4 billion population, and probably in the next few years it will overcome China. It will be the largest population on Earth. Israel is a small country, 9.5 million people, almost like a suburb of Delhi. And so the relatively factor of population-wise, it's about 150. However, when we look in water consumption, India is 750, Israel 1.2. So there, per capita, there is more water in India than in Israel, both in the agricultural sector and both in the urban sector. However, in Israel, we have 24/7 secure water supply for all our needs in all the households. Agriculture is flourishing. We even export water to our neighbors. And the question lies how we did this magic, how Israel become self-dependent on water. Starting point was not so good. If we look at the climatic variation, what we have, this is a map of the annual precipitation. 50% of Israel is a desert with less than 500 millimeters of rain. So we have deficits, and even in the north part of the country that considered to be a surplus of water, we still don't have more than 800 millimeters, something that's considered here in India to be a dry zone. One important issue is that Israel and India started the same kind of time, gave the independence in 1947, following a mandate rule of the British. And one of the first things Israel done is to have established a law that water on all form and shape, below ground, above ground, surface water, wastewater, everything is belong to the government, everything belongs to the country. So water resources are public property. That means that if individual want to bring a well in his field or in his house, he cannot do it without permission from the government. The second, that took us time, but nowadays from the last 20 years, we have one body, water authority, that include all the different stakeholders under one roof, so doing the design, the allocation of water, pricing of water, with all the relevant stakeholders under one roof. That allow us to do integrated design and integrated policy around the water sector. Technology is part, of course, very much innovation was led by Israel in many fields. Desalination was invented in Israel. Drip irrigation, control, and many IoT solutions, leak detection system, all of that are playing a major role in the issue of efficiency, but still, it's not only about technology. If we look on the long term, how Israel developed the policy, we can see that for many years, Israel was dependent, as India, on the natural water system. If you can see the line of 1500 MCM is about the natural water availability, long-term average from all the different source and groundwater. And however, in the first part of the country until 1990, we were over extract our natural resources. That means our aquifer were depleted and so on. And we ran from a crisis to crisis, and in some certain place, even there was not enough water, and the agricultural demand was cut from, let's say, from 1 year to the other by 50%. However, from 1919 onwards, based on the policy, long-term policy, Israel shifts to main sources in two main issues of recycled water for wastewater for agriculture and desalination water for the domestic use. If we look backward, the issue of sustainability and water resources management, specifically groundwater, is a key issue in Israel water market. This shows you how the groundwater map in the 30s, before groundwater was developing. This was made by the Archive of British Measurement in Tel Aviv area. You can see this is the natural water flow from east to west to the sea, following the topography. However, in the first 10 years of the country, there was over-extraction. There was not interlinkage project, there was not another source, and in 10 years' time, we depleted our aquifer and almost come to a break point of we cannot supply our water because the aquifer becomes saline and we have to import water to the metropolitan of Tel Aviv from other sources. Today, this is much better, but still we're facing a problem in managing the aquifer. And what is important and that's something that I want to emphasize, it's not only about how much water you can go in the safe field, it's change in space and time, so we need a long-term planning. And what of this usually do in Israel, we do a long-term master plan that include all the different sectors, irrigation, water supply for domestic use, for industry, and we put them for all the different users based on the aquifer storage. And you can see this is like show you that for many years we done over, and there was deficit, for a very big deficit. But nowadays the program is how you close this deficit. And it's not only about quality of quantity of water, it's about salinity and quantity of water. This is a map that shows you that in many large parts of the aquifer, salinity was coming higher above the natural water standards. So one of the main projects that was done in the last 20 years was actually managing the salinity of the aquifer based on extraction well, the line of extraction well, the tap, the saline water, in order to make sure that the groundwater downstream will be preserved for human consumption. And this is actually a slide from a work that I did a few years back to the Water Authority in Israel, just to analyze what will be the storage, how we can overclose the storage, how much money will be involved. And that's in each cell of the aquifer, we have a value of the storativity. We have a value of what is the red line. Red line means the minimum line that we want to preserve, and green line is where we want to achieve, which kind of sustainability in the groundwater regime. And I made a plan how much money it will be cost for each cell in order to close this gap, using, of course, hydrological model and value for how much the water costs. So we can plan additional desalination in order to close this gap of the aquifer. Another major backbone of Israel was for many years interlinkage project. This was the national water carrier system, was designed and built in 1964, and the main, let's say, rationale was taking the water from the north, from the Sea of Galilee, where there is supposed to be surplus of water, to the south. And what happened is that because of climate change, in the last 20 years, these water are not available anymore. And this national water carrier water system is not function anymore. And now we are reserving. We are taking the water from the desalination plant and bring them back to the Sea of Galilee because there is not enough water in the north. So that's just taking the message that when you talk about the interlinkage project, it's not enough to look what was happened in the past. You have to forecast for the future as well. So we did many interlinkage projects, but what I want to show you is the arrow of the purple one. The purple one is an interlinkage project for wastewater, reuse of wastewater on national scale. And this comes as a optimizing water efficiency. So you can do desalination, you can do meter, you can go for drip irrigation and advanced agriculture method, IoT solution, reuse of wastewater. All of these components are coming from the point of view that the efficiency should be in every aspect of the water sector. And let's talk a little bit about sewage recycling. Israel is #1 in the world in sewage recycling. We now recycle more than 90% of our water to use for agriculture. And it's come from standardization, regulation, and of course, technology to apply. We treat the water to a standard that allow any crop to get the water. That means that we irrigate on wastewater, reuse of wastewater, capsicum, lettuce, onion, any kind of vegetable can be grown on reuse of wastewater. What you see here, it's another aspect that we have water for stream. That means that if the water go to ecological system, they may be changed in the water quality because there is an issue of phosphorus and nitrogen that are good for agriculture, but are not less good for ecological system. So this is the backbone of the national reuse wastewater system. We took the water from the central metropolis of Tel Aviv of about 2.5 million people, all the way to the Negev desert, 200 kilometers away, and irrigated tens and thousands of hectares all along the Negev desert. Another aspect that in many locations in Israel, we have distributed and decentralized system. Many of them are operating small community, so the solution could be in variety of scale. In some places, you can have solution for big metropolitan system. In other places, you can have small system adjust for village, for small community. And in the end of the day, we try to use every drop of water. Another aspect, it's about desalination. Yes, desalination is costly. Desalination costs about 0.5 dollar for cubic meter. Okay, in a large facility, and these are a very large facility of 150 MCM per year and so on. But this allows us to use the water twice. The first cycle in the urban and the residential water, and then using the same water, low quality, some high quality, but low salinity water for irrigation. And salinity is a major component because if you irrigate, the water should be with low salinity. And sewage water adds about 150 to 200 chloride to your end. Another aspect that is very important, we talk about engineering aspect. We talk about interlinkage and large-scale projects that invest millions and billions of dollars sometimes. But public support, not only in the political level, but in the house level, is very important. In Israel, saving water is something that goes from kindergarten to school to some campaign, and every Israeli knows that water are scarce. And I think if this will be the case in India, and this will show you how the campaign that was running on television with models and all other social media reduce the country, overall country, by 10%, so water consumption. So this is something that could be done here in India as well, and I think it's very, very important to take part in this cycle. So, okay, I tell you a very wonderful story, how good we are in Israel, and that we succeed to be self-sufficient, sustainable, and very efficient in our operation. These solutions, how they fit to India, to a very large country with a more complex social and economical system, where there is a difference between the south and north and so on. And my answer is that it's not have to be the same model, but the principle should be integrated because there is, yes, in Israel, there is a circular economy model. That means that the end consumer, farmer, the people in home, pays the full price for water. However, in India, this is not a situation, and we need to find the initiative, the way how public can be utilize the value of water and save the water. So, for example, one of the key issues in the urban sector is what we call non-revenue water. And when we speak about non-revenue water, it's the water that is not counted in the system. It could be leakage, it could be sips of water, it could be not accounting because nobody measure it. And I think here there is a big, big opportunity in AMRUT mission and other mission to include this aspect into the design. Not only supply side management, but demand side and what is happening inside the town. Because I think there is a large emphasis on water supply, on bulk water supply, creating a new source of water, but less sensitive how this water are within the system. And if you reduce your leakage rate from 40% to less than 10%, there will not be need, or it's going to be less need for so much new infrastructure. Another issue is the last mile conductivity, not only in the urban system, but in the agricultural sector. And I think agricultural sector is still the larger consumer of water in India. More than 90% of the water come for the agricultural sector. And still today, many large projects of dams and reservoirs are built on a very large scale. And there is government, and we are talking about the interlinkage project, like the Ken-Betarwa River and other very large projects. The government will put 44,000 crore, I think there is a number on this project, and it includes massive investment. but this investment should come with conductivity to the farmer. If you remain with 40% efficiency on flood irrigation, it will not going to be a missed opportunity. We need to look all the way through to pressurized system, control system, precise agriculture that can bring us to 90% efficient. 90% efficient means that we either double the area under irrigation under the same source of water, or we save 50% of the water. And it's not only about water, it's about technology and about how the states are moving ahead. And this gave you just a snapshot of all the states in India, how far they go with micro irrigation. And you can see from this table that some states are very, very progress in about 40% introducing macro irrigation, and while others are still, I think, have an opportunity to come forward like the North country. And this is not only about technology, I think it's a lot of the time about social factors, about bureaucracy, about efficiency in the system, how we approach the farmer and give them this opportunity to take part. Benefit of drip irrigation is not only about saving water. It can save labor, it can save energy, it can increase yield, and can give better quality product. And in the end of the day, the vision of Prime Minister Modi to double the farmer income, this is the one route that we can look forward. Precise agriculture, there is technology involved that can give us very efficient tool to save water, both in the agricultural sector, so that the client, the farmer can get in his own field the real amount of water that he needs. And I would like to maybe, how much time I have still? Excellent. So the last 2 minutes I want to speak actually on a project here in India. I was visited in Jodhpur in Rajasthan. This is the area that there is severe water shortages, but it resembles many other areas that I've seen in India. In this case, there is an STP that is built there, but this STP releases the water to the stream, to the Savalas River. And when it comes to the Savalas River, this high quality water are mixed with saline water, with contaminated water, and the farmer uses them to irrigate. You see all the green patch there. This is irrigate by reuse of wastewater, but not inefficient and not in high quality, not with a healthful consideration. The way forward is to take directly the STP and connect them to the farmer field with the adequate pressurized system, micro irrigation, and give the farmer the opportunity to have a year-round agriculture. And that's something that we now promote maybe in Haryana, maybe in Gujarat, to have a model for reuse of wastewater. I would like maybe to conclude in this that Israel have a lot to offer, but Israel is just going to be your pioneer. We can be the lighthouse, we can be the direction. We cannot carry the work here in India in full scale. So the people, the audience, the people that sit here, either is a student or decision maker or researcher, we are looking forward to cooperate, because in the end of the day, the ones that will shape India's future in the water sector are sitting here and all around in India. And I'm fully convinced that you have the ability, the power, and I think all day we hear a lot of success story about the federal and states missions like the Jal Jeevan mission and other mission. And I think shaping and reshaping the water sector of India could be done on this issue of reuse of wastewater, on efficiency, 24/7 water supply and so on. And Israel can come forward with management of water resources, integrated management of water resources, advanced irrigation and farming practice, reuse of wastewater, and urban water management, IoT solution, and so on. So in this regard, I want just to make the last point is that when we talk about engineering, when we talk about design, it's not enough to talk about the a solution from a technical point of view. Always when you go to a policy, always when you go to a long-term planning, always when you're going to predict and foresee what will be the best valuable technology, it has to become with a triangle of how the project will be developed, how will be assimilated later on, how it's going to be financed, who's going to be overtake. And I think operation, maintenance, capacity building, and how technology is transformed into the system is a crucial part that have to be included in any project. So with these regards, I want to thank you on the opportunity, and I will be very glad to open for any type of question later on about the Israeli model or the assimilation here in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again for providing a wonderful presentation. India, Uganda, and beside farm. This is correctly presentation, which is directly related to the theme of this workshop, and this is the presentation which has also in presenting the importance and need of holding this workshop. I think this is also supported taken up by the Department of Groundwater and both of drinking water supply. Thank you very much. And this is shortly available as information of the audience that we will be having a panel discussion followed by this session. So that time we will be taking up your questions and for that reason we are for this 20 minutes for each subject. So now I invite Professor CSP Oja for this presentation on potential of riverbank filtration as a water treatment technology. So,
It's okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. Today is a really great day, and when I heard of this program being launched in WRD&M, I consider it my privilege to share some of my experiences in the area of drinking water treatment and sanitation, as you will see. So this was my first exposure to this big project, sponsored by Bundes Ministry for Building and Forschung, so Germany. And you can see me here. I think there is no pointer, I think. See, I was involved in this team, Dr. CSP Oja, you can see there. And this was a very good effort. And in fact, they were trying to develop this entire sector in such a way that they should export this research and development done in Germany to other nations. And you can see this, that at that time, this was about 20 years back. And I was involved in this project. And then the objective was that what could be the impact of climate change and how we should be prepared for that. So this was a very good effort from the German side, and I was happy to be part of it. Then when I came back to India after my spending Humboldt research stay, then I was involved with the Germans in 3 more projects. And what I will try to do some of the efforts taken by German collaborators and myself in doing some work related to this important topic. And I hope this will pave the way for further collaboration. Okay. So I'm going to talk about a very simple process. This is known as riverbank filtration. So you can see here the river, and at a certain distance away from the river, we are having a pumping well. So the moment we try to obstruct the water from the pumping well, there is a lowering of the groundwater level, and you can see that the gradient sets in from the river to this obstruction well. And during this movement of the water from the river to the obstruction well, what happens? The river water may be very, the quality of the river water may be very, not acceptable for drinking purpose, right? And once this water travels to this porous medium, many things happens, right? So some of these processes which can take place, they are listed here. And as a result, when we try to extract the water from the pumping well, this water is certainly of a very high quality. So you will see what kind of experiments we have done regarding this process and how it is helpful in getting the water treatment, river water treatment in a very cost-effective manner. In the morning session, we talked about Gomti River and we looked into what happens in Gomti River. They try to abstract that water from the river. They try to take this water, in the water treatment chain, and that becomes very expensive. But here, if we go for this technology, this becomes very cost effective. So that's the advantage of it. And you're surprised to know that many European countries, in fact, in Germany particularly, if you see, this technology is being extensively used to produce the drinking water, right? So this is something we have to really think. But the challenge was that in India, there was no prior such type of, work done by earlier, persons. And so this was a challenge for us that we should try to show the effectiveness of this technology in Indian conditions. Particularly when we talk about the river quality in Germany and India, sometimes you might find significant differences. So this was equally relevant for us to really look into this and demonstrate how this can be effective. Some more about this process. I think these are the terms you'll become familiar. I'm not going to deliberate on these terms because they are well-known terms. But here again, you can see that how the quality of this abstracted water is very good compared to the river water. That's the essence of this. So we did this, I will talk about the work which we did at 3 sites. The first one is Dehradun. Now in hilly terrains, there is a very typical problem. If you go to Uttarakhand state and particularly in hilly terrains, you just imagine the situation that how to establish a water treatment plant there. It's not possible. The space is not there. So what people try to do, those mountainous streams, they try to block the stream flow and constructed boulder-filled galleries and try to, somehow use that water, for drinking purpose. But in mountainous streams, the, prediction of the flow is also very important. And sometimes, whatever the design estimates they made in construction of this boulder-filled galleries, it was observed that, the flows became very high and the turbulent forces generated by those high flows, unpredictable flows, they were strong enough to wash out those boulder-filled galleries. So whatever the installation was there to attract the water, this got completely washed out. So this was a real challenge that how to address this issue in mountainous regions. And the second one was, we belong to Haridwar, so we also wanted to see the effectiveness of this in Haridwar because Haridwar is a place where a lot of floating population comes. And if you really think in terms of establishing a treatment plant and try to cater for the drinking water requirement of this floating population, this was a challenge. So we really thought that can we do something with the help of this technology so that we can, produce the drinking water in a very cost-effective manner and try to use this water for the drinking purpose of this floating population. So for this reason, we selected Haridwar. And then the third one was very close to Roorkee. There is a place, Muzaffarnagar, and where the river Kali flows. And if you look into that, what farmers try to do, they try to abstract the water from the river Kali and they just use it to grow the vegetables. So this was really very dangerous situation. So we really thought that is it possible that, we can abstract this water through the riverbank filtration technology and use this abstracted water for the purpose of irrigation so that the better quality of vegetables could be ascertained. So these were some of the challenges. And so this Dehradun project was part of DST BMBF, and this Haridwar project was part of the European Union one, and this one in the Muzaffarnagar was part of the one US-based collaborative project with the National Water Research Agency. So we did that, and so I'll be highlighting some of these. So this was the solution which we figured out in case of mountainous terrains. We just thought of establishing a, so you can see is a column, and it is having a laterals, perforated laterals, and on the top of this you are having the whatever the locally available material is there, so that you are filling it. So now the idea is that when the flow is taking place in the mountainous stream, the water just percolates through this porous bed, and the water quality improves. And then this improved water quality is again collected through these laterals, perforated laterals, right? And then this water is used for drinking purpose after ensuring that the quality is at acceptable level, right? And wherever these experiments were done, these were found to be very effective, and the quality was, really very effective, because in the boulder filled gallery also, the same technique was being used. They were using the boulders, and to get the water treated and to supply it to the local population. Here the same concept was used, but the only thing is that the flow as such in the main stream was not blocked by construction of boulder filled galleries. Rather, it was allowed to seep down, and then we use this Uttaranchal Coup. So this is known as Uttaranchal Coup. Uttaranchal Sansthan was also a collaborator in this GST BBM project. So this is the work we did. Second thing is about the Haridwar. This was a very challenging project. The study was not confined only to Haridwar, but it was also confined to a few more cities like Varanasi. We did experiments on riverbank filtration. Then in Patna also we did on the river, this Ganges. So we did these experiments. We constructed the obstruction wells, and then we monitored the effectiveness of the riverbank filtration. But I will just highlight the work related to Haridwar only, right, in this particular presentation. So you can see the view of this one. This is the main river Ganges. On the one side you can see, and then somewhere, in the left hand corner you can see the Har Ki Pauri, famous place, and our this IW18 is the infiltration well. This is infiltration well. It's a given a particular number. This is the new supply channel. This is the Upper Ganges Canal. So all these symbols and Bhimgoda Barrage. I think these are familiar name, Bhimgoda Barrage. So those who must have visited Haridwar, they must be familiar with these names. What is important here is that this particular area where the river Ganga is mentioned on the left hand side of it, and in this Upper Ganges Canal, this zone is known as Pant Dweep. And in Pant Dweep, we established our riverbank filtration well. So now this riverbank filtration technology was being used here, and I'll show you the details of this one. So this particular well, you can see the view of this. If you just go to Haridwar and see this, the idol of Shiva, very close to that, if you go to Rishikesh highway, then you will find that this particular setup is there. It is still functional, and this is being used to abstract this riverbank filtrate. So this, you can see some of the details of this one are mentioned here. Then this is the third one in the sequence was this river Kali. You can see the view of this one, view of this river water itself tells you that the quality is certainly at such a stage. It's a very poor quality. Almost you can say that sewage is flowing in this, in real words, right? And so here also we looked into some of the details about the river Kali are just given here. Some of you, if you are interested, you can see this. And then we thought of installing a pumping well here, and we really visited this site. And then this is the schematic of this one here. So we just located the pumping well. We just developed this here. So with the help of local farmers, and you can see the vegetables being grown. So our objective was that we should monitor the river water quality. Okay, and then we see that what happens to it when we try to monitor the abstracted water quality, because that shows the effectiveness of the riverbank filtration, right? So at 3 sites we did this type of experiments in 3 different projects, other international projects, and then we try to make a comparison. So this was one of the objectives. The second objective was that if we know the source water quality and we know the distance, how far this abstraction well should be located, is there a way that we can predict the quality? So these were 2 different issues, because the question will automatically come that, okay, if you are really going to promote this technology, how far should be the distance of the abstraction well from the river banks? So this is the obvious question. So it requires a better scientific understanding of the process involved in the riverbank filtration. So I think with this, we did some of the water quality investigations, and they are all mentioned here. Without going into details of methodology, because all is water quality testing, just we followed the traditional approaches. And then this is very important. So you can see here, what happens in different situations. So River Kali and this one, this new supply channel and infiltration well number 18, which I showed the figure just now, you can really see that there is a reduction of the magnitude of these different water quality indicators. So you can see it's here, shown here, and same thing we did in a graphical manner here. And what it shows that turbidity, which is in the canal water and in filtration well number 18, you can see that there is a significant reduction in the magnitude of turbidity when the water travels from the canal to infiltration well. Same thing you can find here in case of River Kali, that this is the level of the quality in terms of the turbidity, and then this is the quality of the pumping well water, abstracted water. So you can see that there is a significant reduction. Why the significant reduction is there? Because the water is traveling through the porous medium, and once it travels the porous medium, a lot of things are happening, to purify this water. So I think then we also try to understand by collecting the river wet material that what is really happening, and this we did some sort of investigations in our lab here, and you can see a simple column here. If you just try to study the subjected influent load and the filtrate quality which comes out of it in a given sand depth, then this provides a very ideal situation for you to analyze in between what is happening to the attenuation of the water quality. So instead of talking to a very larger scale field system where you are really trying to predict the quality, if you just try to understand it through lab experiments that what is really happening, then that provides a sound basis, to really see that what is the kinetics of the removal of this one. When we talk about the kinetics of the removal, prior to that, it's very important if we just see that what happens to this water after some time. You can see the picture in this lab-based experiments. Here on the top, how these impurities are trapped, and this shows that clogging of the system can also take place. The advantage in the natural systems is that during rainy season there could be high flows in that, and that really that becomes very helpful to us because this high flow will induce shearing action, and whatever the little bit clogging was there at the interface, that clogged layer gets washed away. So that is the beauty of this. But that you cannot realize in a live experiment. But when you go actually to the field conditions, because of the high flows which may take place in the streams, and because of the high shearing action which is initiated on this, river boundary, this clogged layer, gets washed away. So this is the beauty of this one. So then the goal was that how this kinetics can be described, and it's very simple. Simple model I'm presenting here. I mean, more complex models have been also developed, which talks about interaction into different water quality parameters and microbial interactions. So here, if you see, if you have this C naught just relates to the influent concentration, river water quality, and C is the quality of the abstracted water, and then there's some exponential, and inside you have minus some filtration coefficient into length, the distance between the two. So the goal is that we should try to know that how this lambda varies, how this filtration coefficient varies. And if you can try to figure out for a given site that this is the variation of lambda, then with the influent concentration, this is what we could observe. So at both the places, you could see that certainly this filtration coefficient has a variation, a typical variation with the logarithm, natural logarithm of the influent concentration. So this is the most important parameter. Of course, if the river water quality is poor, and what is the linkage of the filtration coefficient with this one? But the more detailed models on this one also have been presented by us. You can just search, on this Google, and you will see some of the publications which will be varying from very simplified models to very complex models. You can get more information about this one. But I thought, considering the time frame allocated to me for delivering this talk, I just wanted you to introduce that what kind of research IIT Roorkee has been doing in the past, and perhaps whatever the lessons we have learned, it will be a very useful step, try to integrate the both the things. So these are some of the variations of this model, and I will just quickly just show these slides. and just come to the conclusion that how this technology has been effective in reducing the turbidity and this total chloride, so there is definitely an improvement in the quality in the process of riverbank filtration. And this we have studied at 3 sites. Perhaps in this program, students can do more work and to see, how this technology, which is very cost effective, so can be further exploited. And finally, as a part of this German initiative, we are also able to set up a center in Haridwar. You can see there are German partners, and then IIT Roorkee. From IIT Roorkee, I've been involved there. And so we developed this cooperation center, Indo-German Cooperation Center, that still exists there, and it is functional for the last 15 years. And it tries to look into the different water-related problems of Uttarakhand state, right? So if you get time and try to visit Haridwar, you can see this center. So it's still there. These pictures are, only just to show that IIT Roorkee has been taking such kind of initiative, for a very long time, and things have been working. But it's really good that such type of initiative has been also launched today in WRD&M. So I thought on this occasion that I should try to present some of the work which has been already done at IIT Roorkee, and perhaps integrating that will provide a better framework for moving in the future. Thank you very much. Okay.
Professor Oja has been working on this topic. I think that this was the first time when I heard him giving a workshop organized by himself. The name and so I think for the first years I have been saying and able to develop a good level of understanding in subject. This technique is so versatile. If you want to have a look at the field application of this technique, I think one will have to go to the other side of the Yamuna. We are really, we are evolved with a very good approach. We are by using this reverse technique. Thank you very much, Professor. One more thing. I think Professor Oja is not only expert on this topic, he is the one who can talk not only on surface water, groundwater, but also on environmental engineering, or any time from the field of water. Professor Oja is one of these solutions, at least in my opinion. Thank you very much for being here. Now I invite Professor Monica from IIT. We will be talking on the technologies for the removal of arsenic and fluoride from contaminated groundwater, challenges and opportunities. So, Manga.
इसको मार्किंग से भी कर सकते हैं मार्किंग किसी सर्वे में बताया नहीं ऐसे
So, very good afternoon to everyone. Now, I'll be presenting our work. The title is Technologies for the Removal of Arsenic and Fluoride from Contaminated Groundwater, Challenges and Opportunities. And in the whole day, we have listened many things about the water quality and the need of technologies for the treatment of water and wastewater as well. Here, we have seen that large part of the country, the groundwater is contaminated by different types of pollutants, and as per DST, more than 265 sites are critical in the country where the groundwater is affected severely. And arsenic and fluoride contamination is one of the major concern because several reasons. This is not the fact that there is no technology for the removal of arsenic and fluoride. Technologies are there, but the main problem is affordability, whether our people are able to afford the cost or not. If we see here in this slide, the economic condition of the rural people where the groundwater is contaminated by arsenic and fluoride are very poor, and the conventional methods which are available for the treatment of the contaminated water, as mentioned here, say reverse osmosis, lime softening, coagulation, activated alumina ion exchange. So the activated alumina, it is showing here the least cost, but reverse osmosis is, the cost is very high, it is not affordable. So activated alumina, this material has been extensively used in the country, in Bangladesh also, for the removal of arsenic. But for fluoride, there is no that efficient material, and I will show you some technologies which have been used in the country for the removal of the fluoride as well as arsenic. Another important issue which is coming into in the recent years, that is coexistence of arsenic and fluoride. In some part of the country, both arsenic and fluoride are present simultaneously, and then the removal becomes very difficult because the removal mechanism are not same for both arsenic and fluoride. So many people are believing on low cost technologies like say clay filters and dug well. Dug well, it is believed that there is less arsenic contamination, and clay filters are suitable for the treatment of arsenic contaminated water if the concentration is very less. But in many cases, we have very higher concentration, that is 140 to 985 microgram per liter. So this technology will not work, and this technology are not affordable. So we need some technology that can be cheaper and can be used by our common people. Now we'll see different technologies which have been used and demonstrated in the country. This is for arsenic removal, like DPHE Bangladesh and BE College Howrah. So the DPHE Bangladesh 2-bucket system, and there are some principle of separation is mentioned here. And BE College absorption column filtered with tube oil. So this is the photograph of the system. And Paul Trepner adsorb flash, that is adsorption based downflow fixed bed adsorbent, and PhD West Bengal Public Health Engineering Department. So 4-chamber filter attached to tube well. So these are different technologies which have been used for the removal of arsenic from the water. And RPM Marketing Private Limited, so they have also 2-chamber unit, and any engineers fixed bed adsorber they have used. And SOES Jadavpur University, that is tablet and filter candle systems they have used. And for fluoride removal, Nalganda technique, which is the premier one, fill and draw type cylindrical tank is used, where coagulation, floculations and sedimentation is the principle for the separation of the fluoride. And Prashanti technique, activated alumina based filtration unit has been used. So all these technologies have been already applied in our country. All these have some pros and cons, and as mentioned in the column remarks. So if we summarize these different technologies, then it is very clear to us that all those technologies are either coagulation or adsorption based. Like say coagulation for arsenic and fluoride removal, like DPHE Bangladesh, AIHPH Kolkata, PhD West Bengal, Nalganda technique oral coagulation, and adsorption is BE College Howrah, Paltaknar, and RPM Marketing Private Limited, 100 engineers, and Prashanti Technologies. So now we'll see the status as per 2017 report. So out of 570 arsenic removal plants, 475 was not useful. with 145 not even in working conditions, as published in this paper. And the removal of arsenic by 264 ARPs showed arsenic reduction from 185 to 165 microgram per liter to 44 to 87 microgram per liter. But permissible limit is now 10 microgram per liter. So 28% of these stations could not meet the guideline value of 50 microgram per liter. At that time 50 microgram per liter, but now it is 10 microgram per liter. So if we see, most of the plants are not producing the treated arsenic in the country as per this report. So there is no commercial technology for the simultaneous removal of arsenic and fluoride as well. And it is evident that the presently available technologies are mostly based on either adsorption or coagulation. So on the basis of this background, we also tried to develop some techniques for the removal of arsenic and fluoride from the groundwater, contaminated groundwater, and we also tried to develop systems which can be used in-house or in community scale. So one electrocoagulation, which is, in this process coagulants are produced in situ, so we do not need to add external coagulants. By just only by monitoring the operating conditions of electrocoagulation process, we can produce sufficient amount of coagulants, and that can more effectively remove the pollutants. So that was tested, and on the basis of this, some electrocoagulation based technologies have been investigated and developed around the globe. So in the country, this system is used, that is ACAR, electrochemical arsenic remediation technology. So this technology was implemented in West Bengal, and this is electrochemical arsenic remediation technology. There is Gatgill Laboratory, University of California, Berkeley. So they have developed this technology. So iron has been used as electrode, anode, and then sacrificial anode, and then that iron oxide or rust which is generated, that oxidizes arsenite, and then that is arsenite to arsenate, and arsenate is captured. So this is the mechanism for the removal of that, and this is the cost. So 0.03 USD per person per day as per claim by this group. So this is for arsenic, but for fluoride this method is not suitable. And another electrocoagulation based process which is developed by some German company, Atarkan. So this is also implemented in West Bengal. So a flow rate of about 60 liter per hour, the maximum specific load accounted to be 80 milliampere hour per liter. And their claim is that their electrode is not sacrificial electrode. Here they are using a non-sacrificial electrode. So metal dissolution will not take place. So this process is mediated through inline electrolysis of the natural chloride content of the water using dimension stable titanium electrodes coated with iridium and ruthenium oxides, and does not require any addition of chemicals. So these are the reactions. If we see the chloride is present in the water, that is converted to chlorine, and then the chlorine is reacting with water and it is giving us ACLO. So the ACLO is helping for the reduction of the H3ASO3, so it is converted to H2ASO4, so that that is oxidation is taking place. Sorry. So this is now negatively charged, and that can be captured and removed very easily, because arsenic 5 is more is settleable than the arsenic 3. So that philosophy has been used, and the arsenic removal mechanism has been implemented. But here the limitation is that when the arsenic concentration is very high, then this system may not be that effective. So now we have worked here at IIT Roorkee also to develop two types of systems. One is for the point of use application for each household, and another is your community scale application. So the first one is based on the adsorption based. So we have collected some water samples from the Rajnandgaon district of Chhattisgarh, and where both arsenic and fluoride are available. So initially we have developed a small filter unit and two different adsorbents, that is aluminum hydroxide nanoparticle based adsorbent and laterite soil based surface modified adsorbent. So these adsorbents and this system was developed. So the objective was to provide certain retention time here so that arsenic and fluoride will be adsorbed and clean water will come at the bottom. So from the top we will put our groundwater contaminated with arsenic and fluoride. From the bottom we will collect the treated water. So very small prototype we have developed initially. Then when it was successful, then we got a patent and then we have scaled it up to this system, which is tested, already been tested in the Chhattisgarh, Rajnandgaon district. So this is the district and the location where it is tested. And this is the tube well, the water is collected. And arsenic, fluoride, we have different initial concentration and we got the final concentration here as mentioned. So below the permissible limit of arsenic and fluoride respectively. And treated water, this is 420 liter, 300, 420 liter like this. So these are some adsorption based techniques which we have developed and studied in the real field of Chhattisgarh and it is successful. This is our full system, the photograph of our system. So that is already tested and we are also working further modification to make it universal system for that, so that the adsorbent will be different, but that can be applicable for removing many other pollutants from the contaminated water as well. And this is the video, it is self-explanatory, that will show you the working of the system. Okay, so now we are coming to the another technologies which we are working, that is electrocoagulation based systems. So initially we have worked with a very small reactor again. So at first the batch scale, then continuous reactor, and that was the first study on arsenic and fluoride removal using a continuous scale reactor through EC system. So only 15 into 10 into 12 centimeter dimension and 1.8 liter volume, flow rate 1.4 liter per hour, residence time 60 minutes, and power supply 0 to 30 volt, 0 to 10 amps, and then recycling is under investigation. So that was at that time. So now 2019, now we have done this. So as I mentioned, this is our first study, and then in a continuous reactor, then we scaled it up to this 100 liter volume reactor, then that is successful. Now we have tested it with 500 liter per hour capacity. That study is also successful. We are working on 1000 liter per hour capacity plant, and this investigation, that is the fabrication of the reactor, is going on. This is the 3D diagram of the system. This is our feed tank, and then this is electrocoagulation reactor. Then it will be going for the sedimentation tank, and from sedimentation tank we will be having, it is going to sand filter, and then the sludge which will be collected here, so that will be filtered in a filtration unit, and that sludge will be used for other applications, different applications, and we can recover some amount from this also, and then ultimately we will get that treated water in the tank. So this is again the feed tank, and then pump, it will be EC reactor, and then sedimentation tank and sand filter, that is your 100 liter capacity reactor. And these are the performance, that is arsenic concentration, initially 500 ppb, so it is within 190 hours, 90 minutes, so it is becoming below 10, and here also becoming within 90 minutes, it is becoming here 0.1, so it is 1.5 is permissible limit, so it is for continuous operation, it is not reaching to this point. Again, every time it is, you see, below the permissible limit. And the cost, the cost is around say 0.05 to 0.09 per liter. That means 5 to 9 paise per liter. It is approximate cost for the treatment of the water. And this is the video, which again the self-explanatory. Okay, then we also had done some, in the literature, adsorption and electrocoagulation or coagulation, two techniques are used, but which one is better? So we have done some life cycle analysis as well, and we have seen that for these two different routes, the electrocoagulation is more promising. The life cycle analysis impact is very less. That means it is more environment friendly. So these are the system boundary for two different systems. And then these are the LCA indicator values. So electrocoagulation is having very less impact with respect to adsorption process. And these are the sludge management. So sludge which is generated through this process, that can be used as a catalyst. So for the preparation of catalyst, it can be used, and we have already tested this catalyst in the lab for the upgradation of biooil and the pyrolysis of biomass to biooil, and it can be converted to brick or the paper block. So this paper block and tiles with waste milk packets. So that also another technology we have developed, and it is implemented and it is demonstrated in IIT Roorkee as well, and the technology is patented. And this is the economic aspect. If we see the compare different technologies and this present in innovation, then we can say that for arsenic removal, it can be the treatment cost is around 20 rupees, 0.18 paise per liter for the adsorption unit. And for these electrocoagulation systems, the cost is around, it will be varying from the concentration of arsenic and fluoride. So if the concentration is different, our cost will also be different because metal requirement will be varied. So 2 paise to 9 paise or 10 paise per liter, it is possible to produce the treated water by these methods. So that way we have worked at IIT Roorkee to handle the situation, to do something for the remediation of arsenic and fluoride from the contaminated water. Many efforts are there. I'm sure that around the globe and in the country, the people are thinking seriously and efforts are given. So I'm sure that in near future, more technologies will come and we can get good solution on this. Thank you very much.
Problem which has been very constrained and the problem largely the state of best control and fluoride problems is what I want to we have big high loss. We are then also fluoride actually is very constructive to the and the arsenic that I know actually business to have succeeds. The percentage that it is largely good points to have something that can be that as well. So I hope that the seeds produced by some and the many of them becomes economical and viable in the future. So I think that's not this is the end of the session. And I want this thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our chair and co-chair for their valuable time and for the smooth conduct of this session. And I would also like to thank our speakers and all the participants who have listened to the presentations carefully and for their patience. Here we'll end our technical sessions, and now I would request for the panel discussion to continue. Thank you. I would like to invite all the speakers for the panel discussion who have presented. Okay, and for the chair, we have Mr. Lior Asaf, and for the co-chair, we have Manish Vasujal. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So we have today one of the problem in here face the issue of drinking water. We have a presentation in terms of filtration, issue of arsenic with some presentation by myself about the issue of sustainable water resources. Earlier today, we heard a wonderful lecture about the issue of wash plant emission. And I think I would like maybe to have the opportunity of going and serving the room to have and interact with all the speakers that we have today. And with this regard, I'm going to say Manish, maybe the floor to them the discussion.
First of all, I would like to start with the director basically the inaugural session he mentioned that academics and academicians and bureaucrats have to work together. Academicians have a role to kind of bureaucrats on how science can guide the policies, and similarly vice versa. So I think on that aspect, that was a major concern for me for this initiative discussion. And as you mentioned that we discussed not many things, but in case you have any query which is yet to be lined up, you don't have you didn't get satisfactory answer, we can help you with those kind of things. And if anybody has any questions.
Thank you. So my question is to Dr. Manish. So I mean, you have been working on both fronts. So you are associated with the government also, and you have seen the technical side of it. Now we are seeing that both the parties are eager to solve the challenge. Then what are the issues which are hindering the process?
Well, I have been working in this sector for the past 16, 17 years. I have worked in states where these issues are actually, I faced with these issues, where people were not getting
right quality of drinking water. Or similarly, what security issues were there. We also work with the technicians and policy makers to solve those problems. It is very easy for anyone. I hope you will also agree that technicians who have been working in this sector. If you focus in a particular area with limited number of population, demonstrate any model for provision of safe and adequate drinking water, you can do that. This technology. Small area, yes, we can do. Because we have focused approach, we have dedicated team, we actually choose our team members. Good academicians, good implementers, good engineers. But when we go to scale, the replication becomes an issue. Though there are replicable models, it's not that we are bringing some rocket science, but replication, scalability becomes an issue because there we don't have maybe motivated engineers or motivated workforce, and that is called change management. And that I have learned in my career that it's not just the solution with respect to technology, it's not the solution with respect to community participation or community mobilization, but it is change management both from community side as well as service provider side. We both have to actually understand and work for at equal levels of change management. We need to be motivated, and that motivation at scale, sometimes it becomes a challenge. I will give you an example. We have 2,000 water quality labs in this country. But still people are not aware that where to go if I want to test my water supply water source. Not bottled water source, but normal tap water. In rural India, we have 2,000 labs. We have an app where it particularly says if you want to get your water tested, just enter your details into that app. People will come to you or you can go, you can take you to the nearest lab. But then we don't know because it's scale. That knowledge is actually lacking. So I think if we can work together with those kind of and motivate people. It's not just working together, but motivate people. I think we can get this.
Thank you. Similar question to my reference since I mean, Manish pointed out that this the scale issue. I mean, you have solved the scale. You are doing it at the country level. As an outsider, when you're looking in India, let's say from the top, what are the issues you see? Why we are not able to solve these issues? You have seen that there's enough appetite in the government also and the recognitions, technology we're developing, but still we're reeling. We're not really moving to that pace which we have. What's your opinion?
It's you actually touch the most critical issue. Maybe before start talk about India, maybe relate to what Manish was saying about his experience. I think I had come from a very, let's say, career password that was take me through 2 years in PhD postdoc, teaching in academy and working as a researcher. Then I shift to the private sector for 50 years now, but again, with government. So I think this is the issue that is very important for anyone. It's not about only India or the US or Europe in turn. How the knowledge, the research, the academy starts and pushing forward the knowledge to the actual end users, the government, and the final research. And I think in this regard, it's not only what's going to say about it. I think a lot of the time, coming from this world, and I know exactly when you look on the research university, they are tested by participating, by being informed the research as innovation, new ideas, and pushing forward the area. And a lot of the time, academy push you to very, very narrow thinking, and a lot of the time there is a need for more integration with the government. As it works as a government, It's not only have some areas, a few publication, a few academic, and that's the gap we focus how applied research, how the work could be done by leading figures in academic research to the program of government. And since for that, there is an interesting which kind of model can take the knowledge base in the academy and not only in the academy, it's a private, the initiative of the private company, the model that's going to be integrated into the community as well. So I think this is one challenge that faces everywhere. And I can tell you that I was working, for example, on a very large project on water technology. And we installed and trailed 15 different monitoring stations with automatic sensor design solution to cover a very large watershed of 2,000 square kilometers. It was funded for 3 years, and when the project was finalized, finished, but it was finished, we published, paper, there was 5 master students on this program, each student, follow. Everything was going to be actually donate our and things. So we need to think about long term. And long term has to be supported with the government. So the way to integrate the role of the government, NGO, and private sector into the system is a key figure, and that's something that we will think and take a government solution, specifically the issue of upscaling the issue of upscaling and the issue of sustainability. So this is not going to be just a funding project for 2 years, but a program that can run for 10, 20, and more. Regarding what I can see here in the country, I can say that one of the main issues is that many of these works done of governmental support is done in silence. That means it's done separately by different bodies. Water supply for cities done differently under our issues. Water flow and water resource management, water for the rural sector, done separately by the Ministry of Judge. Water for irrigation, once again, is done separately by micro irrigation, agriculture, and the Ministry of Agriculture, and another division to do what we call the water supply and canal system irrigation. So these kind of silos, sometimes it's a system is built for because of the scale of the country, because of the mass, but I think there is a need to look more on regional states approach to improve this integration of all the needs. So this is something that could come forward in the next phase. Additional, I think the way forward should include some specific elements of sustainability and efficiency. In the urban sphere, in the agricultural sphere, it's in the done in the end of the day by the government. Because once you create a model, it is not only about knowledge, it's not only about analyze specific area, village, or town, but it's a model that involves a routine, a manual, and kind of design procedures that could be duplicated elsewhere throughout the government. Because at the end of the day, NGO are important, academy is important, but the bureaucrats, the people that control the budget, control the actual state's allocation budget for different big projects, the Groundwater mission, Armwood 2.0 mission, and another government big program. In this sphere, I think there is a need to concentrate how to upscale, how to create the model of foreign. And I think this is the challenge that I see.
Just one more point I like to seek your opinion. What about the waste ownership in our country? We are thinking that we have the right to generate the waste, and nobody owns that. The setting is the interaction with the other type of the waste, for example, the solid waste. Solid waste also plays an important role in the I think I know when I get world set up or people see later, they are giving attention to this towards question. Last week I was in Odisha. I just came last night. I could compare the environment of Odisha with Delhi. Start because in Odisha I couldn't find plastic along the roadside. Solid waste, they produce it. It's not that they are not producing, but somehow they are managing. And there it's not given only on the community. It is your responsibility. You have elevated you. Government is taking that ownership. Initially, yes, and we had a discussion with the District Secretary there. So initially they had this issue that they also have to understand what are the new technologies. And in India, we know that there is no particular state which is like a model state which can manage that kind of aspect. So when we asked that, how could you get that kind of information? So they said that it was basically first understanding that this is a problem. You should need to solve together, both community and the policymakers and the service provider. There was a political will at topmost level in the state where it was understood that we need to give some funding for this program, and it was before the other programs which were focusing on waste management. They did some exposure visits to understand how other states, other countries are managing it in a very cost-effective manner. So I think this common understanding across the board, whether it is community, whether it is policymakers, whether it is service providers, if we have a common understanding, I think we can understand that waste will be there. We have to manage it. I cannot say that okay, waste is not my problem or it's government's problem or it is community's problem. It's together our problem. But how do we minimize it, and whatever we produce, how we can manage it? I think that kind of common understanding is needed. And this is not just for waste management, but also for drinking water, sanitation sector, any particular social sector. We need to invest. We cannot see, as I agree fully with you on that, professionalization has to be there, the models have to be there, but we cannot see return on investment on these social projects, social programs. There we have to invest because it is for a public good. It is not a kind of private operation where we are looking for profit or return on investment or full cost recovery. But definitely this is for a public good where we have to invest, but we have to see what is the most economic way to invest.
I want to make one more point, and I think it's very right what you said about public consumption. I think one of the issues that I see in the water sector here is the public seawater is kind of free rights. And I think this is involved not only because it's public ignorance in some of the political will that water is free. And this is coming in the very well in the south spectrum. Free water is kind of the box for and yes, water is falling from the sky and free. But to have a very specific application of water in a high quality, in a safe manner, 24/7, to your home, treating wastewater to aggregate level is not going to be polluting the environment. Reuse the wastewater later on in some area, all these things. And it's going to be free ride. And I think when you send a message to the public, when you need to, when you manage, and yes, I understand there is a political constraint here, specifically when if you can look what's happening in the farm bills and other things, the government cannot allow us to put on the public the full price of the operation, maintenance, and development. So in this sense, I don't think the distributed model will be duplicated here tomorrow in India. However, I'm looking into some other example. When people pay, even not the full price, but they pay according to their consumption. And they pay something, even not if the full price, their behavior is changed dramatically. I can give you an example from Israel. Regarding the plastic issue, a few years back, Israel decided, Minister of Environment decided to push forward a new bill. And when you buy anything in the supermarket, you will get plastic bag, you will pay for it. Not just the big one like in Europe, but even for the small one. You don't pay much, you pay 1 to 3 rupees for each bag. But your behavior is completely changed. Because when you go to the line or your grocery, and the cashier has to ask you, how many bags you need here? And you pay, not much, but you pay for each one. Immediately, you change your behavior. Before you were coming to the line, you just throw in big or 50 bag, each come from a screen, each tomato, a little different, and then you come back and then bring 20, 30 plastic bag. Now, personally, when I came to the supermarket, they asked, okay, in 3, 4, and 5, I make the calculation, not because it's cost much, but because I need to pay. Yeah. The psychology is different. You know, what was the reduction of this plastic bag in the supermarket overall in the country after 1 year of operation of this new bill? Just, you are engineer, percentage-wise. 10%, 20%, 30%, 60, 70, 80%. What was the reduction? Even a person. Sorry?
85 to 90%.
You're amazing, sir. I don't know how. I mean, I was sure that people say 10 to 20%, because if I would ask before, no. 80% reduction on country base. And I think it's similar attitude that you start to meter in household. People do not pay value water through the city tax, but there will be a meter. And a meter allows you to manage, to know where the leakage rate, how much you consume, where is the pipe, good, where the pipe are not good. So people will not pay maybe so much. It's going to be a political decision. What will be the price for the water in each states and cities? But at least you have the opportunity to manage, and it will be connected to your behavior directly. And I think political support is very important, but more than that, connect the public, each village, each community, each city to this issue. This is a real challenge. Once the public will be behind this, they will be pushing forward for political response, for innovation, for saving and behavioral change. I think this is one of the key issues. Yes. I would like to point what you said. I will give 2 examples. There are 2 states. One state declared water free to some extent. The other state, water was charged. The water utilities were getting regular revenue. But in a complicated politics, the other state where the money was getting collected properly, also free water. So substantially, is a political reason, and you rightly said. Second issue is we always reiterate, reuse water. Like our brownfield projects, be Delhi or any other city, there is no system of recollecting groundwater and reuse and refine it. So, however hard you may try to say, but at least new greenfield projects, we should take recycle, reuse and reduce kind of the concept. Thank you.
Yeah. Just to kind of add, if you just from the people who are actually still studying these things, I think we need to understand the political way. We can see that the programs which which we are focusing, government is focusing on, Amrit Sarovar. We had, everybody had traditional water bodies, we were managing this earlier, then there was different issue of encroachment, non-maintenance, and somehow using those water bodies at dumping yards. Now we are thinking to rejuvenate that. I think those are two amazing examples. If every district can have 75 water bodies, as the program is talking about, I think we can really make difference also sustainability. And one thing I want to just add, because you are from IIT and I am also from one of the IITs, I just want to say that whatever research you do, please make sure that research is sustainable, supply chain is available. You can have wonderful technologies. I have seen many great institutes with great technologies, but when those technologies were implemented on the ground, those were maybe very successful in one part of India, but in other parts of India, the supply chain of the consumables was not there, so the technology was not successful. And this is the practical issue. We have government of India has established few committees to review those technologies. And this is also for the arsenic and fluoride technology which are presented. Government of India and JJM and SBM have WRD&M has established a committee headed by PSC. They evaluate those technologies and they empanel those technologies on their website, and it goes on GEM also. So I think these should be replicable. We should make sure that people know about it, use enough government channels and non-government channels to publicize those technologies so that people can make use of it. But supply chain has to be there. This has to be useful for all different contexts of it, because we have different contexts. There are different entrepreneurs at different levels. Somewhere environment is there, my technology is not useful, you cannot have those kind of things. So I think those perceptions need to be kept in mind, that there are different dynamics in this country, different social economic classes. So people should understand it. Should not be that okay, we are focusing on one particular section of society, because it should be replicable. And last but not the least, please remember, climate change is there and will be there and will be stronger. So the adaptation technologies, the mitigation technologies, we should always keep in mind that whether I'm working towards adaptation or mitigation, adaptation is always favorable. So let us not focus only on solar economy, because solar is not sometimes it proves to be very good technology in terms of operation maintenance, but sometimes also has to over withdrawal in rural areas, over withdrawal of solar, because there is no water bill in operation maintenance. So we should always analyze both sides of technologies. Whenever you are suggesting any technology, please consider that it is going to be free, like technology should be available for all. So people should be able to understand both pros and cons of the technology and then adapt it.
Thank you so much for the thoughtful feedback and discussion. With this, now we would like to have a discussion on the web session.
Thank you.
डबल क्लिक करें चलो
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I request all the guests to please occupy their seats on the dais. Please. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory function of the workshop on drinking water and sanitation, current situation and future challenges, organized by the Department of Water Resources Development and Management, IIT Roorkee. It gives me immense honor to welcome Professor Shailendra K. Joshi, Adjunct Professor, Department of WRD&M and ex-Chief Secretary and Advisor to Government of Telangana to the valedictory function. We welcome you, sir. I feel extremely honored to welcome Professor Manoranjan Parila, Deputy Director, IIT Roorkee, to the valedictory function. We welcome you, sir. It's a great pleasure to welcome Professor Ashish Pandey, Head WRD&M, who has always been a pillar of support and motivation for us to the valedictory function. We welcome you, sir. I take immense joy in welcoming Professor Mohit P. Mohanty, whose support and guidance made this event a success. We welcome you, sir. I welcome all the dignitaries and faculties of the dais. Last but not the least, I welcome all the students, technical and supporting staff to this valedictory function. Moving forward with the duty assigned to me, now I request Professor Ashish Pandey, Head WRD&M, to please deliver the welcome address. Please, sir.
Thank you. I welcome Dr. Shailendra Joshi, ex-Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana, and Advisor, Telangana Government, for gracing the valedictory function of this workshop on drinking water and sanitation, current situation and future challenges. Sir, we are really very thankful to you. All the way you traveled from Hyderabad. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this occasion. I also welcome Professor Parida, Deputy Director, IIT Roorkee, who is always a source of inspiration for us. Whenever we are meeting him for any problem, definitely is having solution. So in this course also, he helped a lot that how we can move ahead. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion. Thank you. I also welcome my colleague, Professor Mohanty, who is very energetic and always ready to take up the new challenges. Thank you, Professor Mohanty. Thank you. I also welcome all the faculty colleagues, speakers, chairs, co-chairs, who have made this event a successful one by gracing this occasion, and they have given their full day for this workshop. This is really commendable job. I am also thankful to our participants, online and offline also. I also welcome them because without their participation, no event is a success event. So in this regard, I would say that without them, it was not possible to have this wonderful day. I also welcome my dear students, because without students, we are nothing. I'm always saying that if students are not here, then we have no role at any place. So thank you, students. I will not take much time. I would say thank you very much. Thank you for.
Thank you, sir, for the welcome address. Now I request Professor Mohit B. Mohanty to please present the workshop report. Please, sir.
Thank you, Abhinanda. Respected Professor Parida, Professor S.K. Joshi, Professor Pandey, and all the delegates who are present over here in this workshop. I'm really honored to present the workshop report today. Water sanitation and health, the acronym for this work, is one of the most important necessities for humans since antiquity. While water progress has already been made in developing facilities that include water, still 2.2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water, over half population, and lack access to sanitation. And as much as 670 million people have been open to the open defecation worldwide. Now, speaking of India, less than 50% of the population has access to safely managed drinking water. More than two-thirds of India's districts are affected by extreme water depletion, and the current lack of planning for water safety and security is a really major concern. Now, while tremendous progress has already been made, as engineers, we believe that this is a big technical problem that has to be solved at the source itself and at the earliest. We have organized this workshop to spread awareness among the technical community to solve multifaceted problems associated with water sanitation and health and hygiene. We discussed several first areas, for example, let's say rural and urban water supply, safe and adequate drinking water, water quality monitoring and water sanitation and hygiene, infrastructure arrangements, briefs of reliability, risk, shocks, and resilience. At the outset, Ms. Winnie Mahajan elaborated on the measures taken by the government and the progress made. It is really remarkable to note that around 10 crore toilets across India have been built to date, and the vision to make India defecation-free by 2024 certainly is going very good. The government plans to achieve this target by making villages self-sufficient in terms of waste management, reducing dust usage, and employing the rural workforce to sustainable programs, for example, like Mandalika. Dr. Adit Chaturvedi suggested that the collaboration of academia and policymakers for developing a holistic approach towards solving multifaceted issues related to clean water and sanitation. In view of the new course being developed at our department, Professor Chaturvedi suggested there are ample opportunities for field engineers as well to interact with the public and identify solutions through a multi-participatory approach. Professor B.P. Singh also provided his insights on the necessity of the workshop and the new course. He particularly elaborated on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, especially goal number 6, which is the clean water and sanitation. After the inaugural, we had the first technical session. Professor Gansal spoke about the river health and linked it with the human health. He suggested about an interesting concept of ranking the river systems over the traditional methods and spoke about achieving sustainability in urban areas through the concept of 6R principle. Mr. Manish Wasta from UNICEF enlightened the use of the water and sanitation supply challenges. He explained how women are the water managers in households and empowering them in institution helps water resources in a much efficient way. Professor Vasanthi Yadav stays on the present status and challenges in the quantity and quality of groundwater resources in India and highlighted how indigenous technologies, for example, Chokka system and the harvesting system, can help reach us groundwater in the mountains. In the second session, Dr. Leah Assad spoke about the water scarcity, water security, and the waste management practices in Israel, and highlighted how Israel's water management is multifaceted and governed by multiple ministries, like the Minister of Finance, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Water Resources, etc. So, the CSP Ocha elaborated deeply about the Indo-German project for Riverbank Filtration located in Haridwar and how it has been really efficient in terms of water quality, such as overcoming the turbidity. The last technical lecture, Professor Prasenjit Mondal spoke on the various technologies for the efficient removal of arsenic and fluoride from contaminated groundwater, and he highlighted the absence of a suitable competent technology and how particular technologies that he developed at his in-house lab at IIT can be very, very efficient with simultaneous involvement of both the pollutants. From the panel discussions and the technical sessions, it was very, very clear. And you can see that the new post introduced by WRD&M on drinking water and sanitation is paramount for the future water resources management, as Dr. Pandey highlighted on key features of the new post and how it will apply to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. He highlighted the training of the students and all the field engineers as well on advanced techniques such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, process-based modeling, remote sensing, and GIS for solving multiple issues related to drinking water and sanitation. We strongly believe this workshop was just a curtain raiser to inspire young aspirants and researchers to be a part of this global issue and at the same time help people meet their basic needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the brief report. It's an honor today that we have with us Professor Valedictory Joshi, Adjunct Professor, Department of WRD&M, and ex-Chief Secretary and Advisor to Government of Telangana. Before I request Sir to come and grace the occasion with his motivating words, I would just like to brief upon his biodata. He is not new to us, we know him very well, but still I want to do it. Professor Joshi completed his PhD from Delhi School of Advanced Studies, Masters from IIT Delhi, and Bachelors from IIT Roorkee. Sir is an experienced administrator with working experience in the government at various levels. Sir has served as Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana from January 2018 to December 2019, and then as Advisor to the Government of Telangana. It is an extreme pleasure and honor to have you with us, sir. I request you, sir, to kindly grace the occasion with your motivating words. Please, sir.
Thank you for kind introduction. Good afternoon to you all. At the outset, I compliment Professor Ashish Pandey and his very distinguished colleagues for successful organization of this workshop. And we have seen throughout the day how important the subject is. I also compliment in absentia Professor Ajit K. Chaturvedi, Director of IIT Roorkee, my alma mater. The force behind such initiatives I could sense today when he participated, how deep, keen interest he takes into all these things, showing exemplary leadership and providing real support for such initiatives. It is a matter of great satisfaction that a M.Tech PG program, because as per the new policy, education policy, it could be M.Tech, it could be PG, program on drinking water and sanitation with the objective to spread knowledge and conduct research in this critical area. I mean, Professor Chaturvedi mentioned the gap between academic institutions and the implementers or called bureaucrats or engineers. So I am one example who is offering his services to fill up this gap. So this is a small initiative. I could have very well sit in my home at Hyderabad. I came all the way to fill this gap. What are the gaps? Some of the issues were discussed during the panel discussion and presentation we will see. Professor Mohanty, your report was unanimous, excellent, but development of management of water resources have to be dealt with in a systematic manner. I will give some examples. I have worked for almost 12-13 years, and as Chief Secretary also, my Chief Minister entrusted me with the work of water resources, unheard of. What are the points? First thing, the missing is on our country is there is no project Sherpa. You take any project, state level, there are various agencies, national level, there are various ministries, but there is no single person who could take the challenge and say, this is my responsibility. So that is the biggest drawback as far as India is concerned. We try to do in our humble manner. Any project, the engineer should not be the engineer. He or she has to learn land acquisition. Suppose you are laying a water pipeline. You have to know the road cutting permission. So many relevant issues are there, and once you miss on that, then you say the project is not completed, it's not replicable, the success, small pilot success was somewhere else, we could not replicate it at a larger level. So each project, you should, those of you who would join the system, whether private sector or public sector, should become project manager, not project engineer. The other point also came during the discussion. We see the things in silos. I think you mentioned this. Yes, it is a fact, and this is the second most useless thing which our project implementers face. Urban and rural water supply. It makes sense. But if you draw water sources same, the one pipeline goes for rural water supply, second pipeline goes for urban water supply. It's not optimum solution. So we have to, by designing the projects, we have to ensure that optimum solution is proposed. Second thing is political management. This problem may be faced by representatives from other developing countries also. The ground level politician, they say, no, this line will go there, this step will go there, and the entire project is jeopardized. Contractual issues, another thing where our engineers, either due to ignorance or in good faith, they are not able to solve those issues. I also mentioned during my intervention separate approach for greenfield projects and brownfield projects. You go to any city, whether it's Delhi or Hyderabad, everybody will say, please reuse, recycle the wastewater. How do you, as a citizen, I feel, how do I do recycle and reuse when there is no separate line? So brownfield projects, a separate approach has to be followed, and greenfield projects, we should plan properly. Financial sustainability. Yes, one time any government, whether central government or state government, will give money, resources, but O&M, 5 years, okay, nowadays we are building in contracts. But after 5 years, what happens? I gave another example when we were getting water charges properly and with competitive politics. You are giving free water, I am charging water. My constituency, my constituents will feel bad, so I am also giving free water. Nobody asked. Then last point is never claim providing 100% coverage. All my open defection is over. Every household in my country or my state or my city has a water tap connection. It's a gradual process. This was highlighted by Secretary Water Resources also. The point where all of us are concerned, dependence on cost-effective technologies. You may come out with IoT, brilliant idea, but it has to be robust, it has to be cost-effective, and devil lies in details. So when we decide any project or any action, we have to go to the details, to the last point, and then take the necessary action. With these few words, I really thank my alma mater and Professor Pandey for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring and informative talk. So now I request Professor Joshi and Professor Parida to kindly present the mementos to the keynote speakers, chair and co-chair of the session. So I will request the dignitaries to please come to the dais. I request Professor R.N. Mishra, sir, to please come to the dais. Thank you, sir.
Nobody knows who is giving chemistry.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor C.S.T. Osa, sir, to please come to the dais. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor S.K. Mishra, sir, to please come to the dais. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor M.L. Lansal, sir, to please come to the dais. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Asaf Prior, sir, to please come to the dais. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Manish Vasuja, sir, to please come to the dais. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor P. Mondol, sir, to please come to the dais. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Vasant Yadav, sir, to please come to the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you, respected dignitaries, for doing the honors, and thank you all the dignitaries to coming to the dais. Please have your seat, sir. Now I request Professor Manoranjan Parda, sir, Deputy Director IT Roorkee, to please grace the event with a few words. But before calling upon sir, I would just like to give a small brief about sir. Professor Parida completed his PhD from IT Roorkee, Masters from School of Planning and Architecture in New Delhi, and Bachelor's from University College of Engineering, Kurla. He has several publications and is the recipient of several awards, like the S.R. Mehra Memorial Award for his outstanding contribution in the field of transportation engineering. So without not taking much time, I request Sir to please grace the occasion with a few words. Please, sir.
Thank you for that interesting introduction of mine and comparing the entire event in a very excellent way. So good afternoon, everyone. I would like to extend warm welcome to Professor Sailam Joshi, who is the adjunct professor of the department, Professor Pandey, head of the department, Professor Mahanti, very distinguished speakers of today's workshop, faculty colleagues and students. In fact, because of some other engagement, I missed the inaugural session and the initial events in the morning. I'm sure the deliberations must have been very exciting with very interesting list of speakers. So, Professor Mahanti gave a report, and it was possible to understand that it is going to be a curtain raiser for our new M.Tech program, which is going to be launched in July 2022, drinking water and sanitation. So we could understand various things. So a couple of points, depending on what was presented, I thought I'll respond. So a couple of words I'll say. Political will. Transport development in India started in 1990. Before that, in 1970, we were constructing expressways and railway projects in Malaysia. So it's clear-cut gap. Like while we could do the construction abroad, some excellent infrastructure, but for us, we started constructing very late, almost say with a gap of 20 years, but then the ideas of privatization, developing project on BOT model, and then every political party understood that the infrastructure is very essential and it's going to be a popular mandate for all elections. So that's how infrastructure is one of the key aspects, and you are getting a lot of emphasis on that. So then post 1990, especially last 3 decades, we have seen being from transport side, I'm giving examples of say transport infrastructure, but strong political will has been the backbone, be it the Delhi Metro project, be it the 4-lane, 6-lane highway project, many expressway project, the Prime Minister's current Gati Shakti project. So everything, the political will is going to propel. I mean, my point is that you may have excellent engineering, but until unless you have good political will, you cannot see that the project gets translated onto the ground. So that is like, and it's so how you educate your politicians. In fact, it's always a good idea that you have this kind of brainstorming session, like Professor Joshi, who happens to be the Chief Secretary. So those dialogues are going to help. You are in standalone in silos. The other thing is that you keep interacting with people. It's going to help. The second example, we did a 1700 kilometer of state highway project in Bihar. It was a 10 crores consultancy. So that was possible because we could interact with Mr. R.K. Singh, who is currently the minister. He was then the principal secretary with the government of Bihar. So those interactions, definitely they will help. But coming back to the focus of today's workshop, drinking water and sanitation, I believe that we have exposure to different kind of speakers, not from academics, but from field and from different perspectives. So while we are developing these courses, Department of Water Resource Development Management is typically known for its outreach to international participants. Traditionally, in the past, we have participants from Southeast Asian countries, from African countries. So it's a great opportunity when we have international students, like while we are doing the thesis, we can take up case studies which is specific to those countries. Right? We talk a lot about like how to use AI, GIS-based analysis, all those things. They are fine, but it's very important that we take up field problems. That's where we can address the issues on the ground itself. So instead of doing desktop job, if you can define our the thesis work, because this master's program is going to have 1 year of thesis, which is a substantial engagement. And these workshops, they provide a platform to know what are the problems on which we can work. So that is one. So our thesis can be problem oriented, which is targeted towards the various field problems, the challenges which has emerged out of these workshops. So if you take up those, that will be really great. And I have just one suggestion. In the M.Tech program, there is one component which is called internship, but it is written option. So by the word option, many times we think that we can avoid that, but we can use that as to our advantage. In fact, the students can take up internship in various field projects. Today there are a number of projects which is being run all across the country. Or even the international students, they can also take part in their home country. And that internship can be clubbed with the thesis work, or it can be separate. And those internships can be done in industry, they can be done in government projects, state government projects, public sector projects. It's a great opportunity. So once you plan, but means to hold that, means we need to plan. Many times we think that internship is meant for undergraduates, but those 10 to 12 weeks of work is going to be a great exposure with respect to the field problem, to understand what it is and how to solve that. So, those are a couple of things we can take note of, and I'm sure the today's deliberation has been extremely beneficial for the department. We are going to use it for our courses. In fact, once we launch it, the various experts with whom we have connected, they can also be invited to contribute in the course. They can contribute in the thesis work. And at the same time, it's also possible to develop joint projects which we can use. We can develop projects jointly and reach out to different agencies for the possible sponsorship. So with that, I thank all the keynote speakers for sharing their valuable experience. And I'm sure that the workshop means we need to conduct many such workshops periodically, because the drinking water and sanitation, if you try to look at where we were, say, before 75 years, where we are 75 years, but the problem keeps growing because of climate change, because of other issues, it keeps growing. And then, you feel that still the problem remains unattended in rural areas, within urban areas. There are differential standards, especially urban areas. It's just not uniform. You have slums also, right? So those aspects also we can look at while we are moving through the course. So without not taking much time, it has been a long day for all of you. So thank you all for participating, and thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the informative talk. Now I request Professor L.Y. Bansal, sir, and Professor S.K. Mishra, sir, to kindly present the memento to Professor Julius. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor S.K. Mishra, sir, to please present the memento to Professor Karidas. Please. Thank you, dignitaries. I request you to please take your seats. Now I request Professor Mohit Mohanty, sir, to please deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Thank you, Abhinanda, once again. It is my privilege to present a vote of thanks to all the speakers and participants of this workshop today. It is my honor to thank the chief guest for the day, Ms. Vinny Mahajan, for gracing her presence and enlightening the audience with various aspects of water, sanitation, and health. My sincere gratitude to the director, Professor Adit Chaturvedi ji, for his wholehearted support in introducing this new course on drinking water and sanitation. I express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Ashish Pandey, the head Department of Water Resources Development Management, for helping us organize this workshop and develop the new course. My wholehearted thanks to Professor B.P. Singh for enlightening the audience regarding the necessity, concerns, and challenges involved, and in developing facilities for clean water and sanitation. A special thank you to Professor Basant Yadav for briefing about the workshop and his continuous support for the successful organization. I thank the chair and the co-chair of the panel discussions, Sri R.N. Mishra, Professor C.S.V. Oja, Professor Prasenjit Mondal, Professor S.K. Mishra, and Professor Vasant Yadav for moderating the discussions. I'd like to thank all the speakers who participated in the discussion and made us aware of the intricacies of drinking water and sanitation. My sincere thanks to Professor S.K. Joshi for insights on engineering aspects of achieving sustainable water and sanitation in our country. I'd also like to thank wholeheartedly Professor Manoranjan Komita for gracing this event and discussing the necessities of safe and adequate drinking water and sanitation to this water. A final thank the organizing committee, student support department, students from the web management and the event management committee, the department staff for the active cooperation in the organization of this event. Last but not the least, I thank everyone who has contributed wholeheartedly for the success of this workshop. Thank you everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As we proceed towards the closing of the valedictory function, I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
प्रोजेक्ट बंद कर कैमरा अच्छा अच्छा
I request everyone to please take their seat. I request the dignitaries to please come forward. The students are requested to please take their seats. The dignitaries, please come forward, and the faculties.
Appreciate it.